Oh, now it's fucking working.
Oh no.
What the fuck? Was it like the speaker? I'm doing. What if it?
The Bluetooth device is connected
I'm
successfully.
I'm doing that. I'm gonna see if that was it. We're trying
I'm
this.
doing that. I'm gonna see if that was it. We're trying this. Doing that. I'm gonna see if that was
What the fuck? That was genuinely, honestly, the most weirdest fucking shit I've had to deal with fucking YouTube in a minute. Because I also tested for my regular camera app on my phone, being like, what the fuck? You know, and it was fine. So I knew it wasn't my mic. I honestly thought my mic got fucked up or something. So I don't know. I mean, anyway, I got a new tripod, and I don't, and all this other shit. I don't even know what we were getting into and other shit. I just knew it had something to do with this and reacting about this. So we weren't even really getting into anything yet, but whatever. I swear to fucking God, though, I am probably gonna have to like eyeball that bitch, like that ass. I fucking yeah, bro. I'm gonna have to like re-share these fucking bitches now and all this other shit. And also, I'm gonna see if I can maybe get the playlist back and see if that's fine. But that was annoying. Jesus. It's pretty obvious why it didn't work. Because you're a poopy head. Wow. Well, I can't help it. You know what? What's the percentage on this bitch? Maybe I just let this slowly charge up. Maybe I can fucking just use the Bluetooth off of this. Just make a playlist off of this bitch. Do that instead. Just have to get this plugged in. Come on, do your thing. So we can actually finally kind of get in the mojo and the swing of things. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit! Excellent. I got this a little too low. I'm gonna have to do this. Shit. There we go. There we go. At least just to get it in there. Okay, cool. Kill. Are we not going to connect? Oh, we're still. Oh, that's why. That's why I ain't connecting. I'm still connecting on this. All right. Well,
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
cool. Now we can do this instead. Swoop. Oh man, that was a pain in an ass and a half. Jesus Christ. Kind of digging in so far. Just gotta kind of move things around a little bit. Should be good for now. That should be good now. 12-volt battery for that man's smoke alarm. Tell that to the fucking landlord who refuses to fuck all about it. Because no one's allowed to fucking touch the damn thing. And also, it's not mine. Trust me, it fills my own little. It fills my own willing and ability to do so, that thing would have been dealt with a long time ago. Frankly, I don't even really notice it that much anymore until the motherfuckers bring it up. Because it's just like, I mean, I hate to say it, but I've gotten used to it. When it first started happening, I was just like, this drive me nuts. But now I'm just like, I can see how people get used to it, I suppose. But it's like, Jesus Christ, can we have the right to, like, replace our shit? Because obviously landlords are too fucking lazy to do it themselves. It's just like, goddamn, son. Oh, that's why algorithms working. Well, now that we're not having audio bullshit anymore, but at some point, I want to try this bad bitch out. This Blackberry Dr. Pepper. Never seen it before, or have had it. So, I'm gonna try it out. How many wars do you have? None. What? I got some news for you, and I don't know how you're gonna take it. You lost the game. Damn. Isn't that like elementary school game where it's like, hey, bro, in order to win the game is to not think about the game. Did you think about the game? Well, you lost the game, bro. Is it that shit? That time is now. Oh, I gotta clean the palate a little bit. I just took a sip of a burr. I gotta have a little bit of a, let the palate, wait a minute. Play some guitar. I would, but it's a little late and got crazy bitch neighbors right over on the other side of this fucking wall. So I'm gonna try to keep it on the DL. If it was earlier, like if it was like 8 or something, I'd say fuck it. Oh, it's because you noticed that. It's actually not mine, it's my buddy's guitar, but I play it on it sometimes. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wait for my palate to clear. Fido, your fat fucking tail, dude. Always knocking shit around, you crazy dork. Peter, get your ball. Get that ball, you crazy fool. Freestyle? I can't freestyle. Nor can I rap. I mean, I kind of can, but I'm definitely not a rapper. I mean, I could probably like write some like rap lyrics and then like kind of make a basic beat over it and do some, but I sure shit ain't gonna be freestyling. Just say hi to my wife. That's a ligament joke, I can tell. I've been around the block with ligament jokes, dude. I can tell, bro. I see it. I swear, bro. I fall for it. Don't know what that is. Bullshit. Dude, if... I can literally see it in there, dude. I know how these things work. Let's, whatever. We're trying this now. Now it's cleared out enough. Whoa, 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 shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a... She squirted. I guess that's one way to get a first sample test. Just let that just have a light baby squirtage. All right. Whoa, that's a very strong blackberry smell. I like that already. Honestly, it's good. Like, the blackberry's not strong. Doesn't really got that Dr. Pepper flavor, though, that I was kind of hoping for. It's not as strong, but it is there. The fuck is my playlist doing? Did it just freak out? It freaked out. I like how when you randomize a playlist, it will literally just randomize it every few songs. Just like, can you fucking not do that, please, YouTube? Like, if I'm randomizing my playlist, I randomize it to what I want. Oh my, never mind. Should make this a short. Dude, YouTube's kind of made it difficult to make like an actual full short with like, you know, making highlights and stuff. Because I know there was a way to do that with like these fucking, you know, creating a highlight reel. But now it's literally only for like 50 seconds instead of like a, you know, however you want it edited. It's a little annoying. Because they used to just give you a full 5 minutes, you know, and if you want to cut it down, you can. You know, but now it just, maybe there's a setting or something that I just haven't seen, but it's like, bro, what the fuck? They've made it kind of difficult. Because I can do clips too, but that's kind of a different thing. And even then, I guess, it's like, what the it's like, this, you're not making this a short necessarily. You're not helping. You're not helping YouTube. So maybe there's a way to do it, like for desktop or something possibly, but at least for its regular app, maybe on the Studio app, maybe on the YouTube Studio app, it probably would work. But I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna entertain this motherfucker. Her name is Shagufta. We've been married for 1 year now. I just want to see. I just want to see now at this point. Because I generally will be fucking shocked if it really isn't a Ligma joke. Because then I will actually feel a little bad. But I don't you think it's a Ligma, Rose? I mean, can't you see it? I see it. Peter. You go potty? Both theirs perked up. Here, let me do that real quick for him. Let's go potty. It's outside. Nice burp. What would a Ligma be? Should give the nuts in these ass? Should give the dick in this mouth? I guess they're not here anymore, you know, for, you know, the Ligma to be answered, or, you know, but if they still are, I mean, I said their name. What was even the initial thing? Just saying hello? Shagufta, there you go. I mean, if they're still in there, I've said it a few times now. At this point, even if it was a Ligma, it just like, it's just done. You know what I mean? Cooked. So, definitely one of those things where it's just like, hey, you know, it is what it is. That all felt kind of quick, but hey, you know what? If y'all need to still go out, I'll do it. Yeah, that's meantime, close this. Oh, there we go. This tripod's fucking clutch, dude. I still ain't gonna understand where the fuck my dad got the $20 for that shit. And he also got a bottle of Rick got too. He got like a little bottle of it. I'm just like, where did you get all the? Where did you get the money for this? I'm like, I'm not asking questions. I mean, it's sense that I don't want to know the answer to it because whatever, I don't want to know. But hey, cool. So that was nice. Dude, like, in the daytime, it's in, like, the mid-40s, like, 44 to 46 abouts, and then once it gets, like, at this time of night, it's, like, 33 or 34. I'm just like, fuck. It just got cold quick. So, we got on my walk today, and what do I say at the store? Valentine's horse shit. Oh, my God, they're all... Dude, it's not even... It's not even January yet! What the fuck? That's just beyond insane, dude. That's ridiculous. Like, give me a fucking break. Are you kidding me? That's just outrageous. Like, actually outrageous, man. Why? They can't wait until, like, mid-January? Like, the second weekend in January. There you go. I don't even care if it's, like, a week after January or a few days after. Even then, I don't really care that much. But fucking Christ, dude. It's not even the new year. It's like, Jesus. Valentine's shit already, bro. This is ridiculous. Now Valentine's is invading other holidays. New Year's now. Gotta remind you of Valentine's right before the new year. Remember, it's coming. Like, arguably, like, ultimately, outside of, like, couples for the most part, who gives a fuck about Valentine's? And even then, if you're doing an weird, exceptional, like, thing on Valentine's for your partner that, like, going out to dinner or some shit like that, right? Like, when arguably that should be kind of like a normal thing that couples should do every now and then. And maybe not like all the time, but, you know, go out every once in a while. Like, if you're basically doing that type of shit on, like, as a Valentine's Day thing, then who cares? It's just a day at that point. I guess now you got some flowers and some chocolates or something and a cute little note. I mean, it's literally just, it's there for consumer reasons. Like, it's not really a holiday that means much. You a bones? What does that mean? Say what you will about Xmas me too early, but at least there's lights and parties, music, TV specials. Who the fuck is that excited for Valentine's Day? Oh boy, sweetened chalk. I know, right? I mean, for real. The rapper? Well, I don't know who Bones the Rapper is. I mean, I think I might have heard the name once or twice before, but I have no idea who that is. What the fuck? Google now? But I'm doing this. So I'm just like, I mean, I'm not really going to do that right now. Jesus love you. Well, I don't know him. I haven't met him. I know of Jesus that makes some fire-ass fucking tacos at the little taco stand down the road. Can't tell. I'm kind of an atheist there, bud. It's actually the first time I've gotten one of you in a while popping in here. I don't really get many Bible thumpers usually. I will say, hey, at least you didn't, like, you know, come in right off the bat with it, so. At least Valentine's has discount chocolate after it's over. Yeah, that's true. A lot of your favorite candies tend to be half off and shit like that, so you can kind of, you know, stock up a little bit. It's always nice. And that means after New Year's, the next holiday kind of worth a fuck after it's going to be St. Patty's Day. I mean, for real, because that's just like, because I'll admit, like I've talked to Lev about this, and also Gannon, that YouTube short guy. I've seen him react to St. Patty's, and they kind of don't completely understand the whole holiday. They see it as this uniquely American thing because they see Americans, especially if they're tourists that are like over there for St. Patty's weekend in Ireland or something. You know, Liv not so much. You know, he kind of finds it a little amusing, but you know, a lot of locals tend to hate it, and they're like, "Oh, these fucking bloody Americans, fucking coming in here having a point, goddamn being ruffians. They can't even handle the proper Guinness. We're giving that good piss shite." So St. Patty's Day is like a second Christmas for Ireland. I mean, it really isn't. I think they got their own thing going on, you know, during that. And I know they do their own like celebrations and shit, but I think it's for different reasons and for different shit. Like, you know, because at least the way we do here in America, it's just basically an excuse to just get fucking shit faced. Let's just be honest. Eat a bunch of bar food and get shit faced and listen to a bunch of music or karaoke or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? That's basically St. Patty's for us out here in America. And if you're a kid, an excuse to pinch people that aren't wearing green. Or if you're like a teenager in high school, an excuse to punch someone in the arm. Be like, got an upgrade. Or orange. Because there, you know, there's also like, it's never spoken of, but I would always wear orange because there's actually a thing about orange and the green. The green represents the Catholic side and the orange represents the Protestants. So I always wear a mixture of both though, because kids will still pinch me. I'm like, fuck you, like what the hell? Or they'll punch me still. I'm like, don't you realize orange is just as valid, you bitch? Like fuck you, you know. So I just started wearing orange with it, you know, just to get people to quit. Or Christmas maybe second St. Patrick's since it comes after. I don't know. I guess it depends how you look at it. Schrodinger's St. Patty's or Schrodinger's Christmas. Kind of stuff a little bit so it quits rolling around. There we go. I love it where we live in a world where time basically means nothing. We're talking about March holiday in fucking late December. I know, right? I mean, ultimately. Oh, jeez, that last one kind of caught me a little bit in the throat. But I mean, ultimately, like time doesn't exactly have. I mean, time is just literally a construct that we've kind of made, if you think about it. Like it's how we understand the progression of space time and how we see the universe. Basically, it's just how we like. It's a kind of a mind fuck in itself to talk about because time also kind of means different things depending on what we're talking about. But that's why it's kind of a construct in a way, because I mean. Yeah, like it's okay. Now we're just starting to get into some mindfuckery kind of shit a little bit. I will admit, because like, I mean, because think about this. Like, ultimately, for the most part, time is relatively the same everywhere. For the most part, outside of gravitational differences, and also even size differences. You know, the spectrum and the perception of time to, like, you know, like a dog or even like a fly is different in comparison to ours. Like, and also, you know, because of the distance of being from a particular object, the time that we're seeing of that object is going to be actually from the past because of space time. So it's kind of just like time in itself is basically just how we try to understand that shit and how it all works, basically. But also, it's it's perspectual, like in a way, like in a way that it has a spectrum where it's just like, you know, like I said, there are different animals that do perceive time in a different like speed in a way, you know, that like, you know, because like they know this, especially with different animals like houseflies, because you want to know why sometimes it seems like even if you swat them when they're just sitting there and you like, what the fuck, you know, and they just fly away, it's because they do perceive their time, you know, a little less, you know, in comparison to how we do. You know, for us, we're like wham, but for them, it's like whoa. You know, it's like it's slow to them. Well, maybe not like that slow, but you know, it's like whoa. You know, it's still quick, but you know, their perception, you know, they're able to react to it far quicker than, you know, obviously if we were to. Vito, get your ball. Get your ball, Vito. Say that after that one. Oh, cool. Need to go potty? I knew it. Dorks. Just gonna kind of barely leave it open a crack. I'll sit out there for a minute. Yeah, oh man, honestly, this was actually pretty good. Might save a little bit later and make a little mixed drink out of it or something, possibly. Maybe. I don't know, depending on how I'm feeling. So what are your use plans? I've been seeing some stuff for that, by the way, like stores. I don't really have any at the moment. I ain't trying to think that far into when it comes to like, you know, shit like that. Because I don't really care too much about Easter outside of like, hey, if there's like some cool dinner thing my folks are doing, or if my friends want to go out and do something, probably some shit like that. What if we're like, what if we're immortal before someone's like, hey guys, you know how the sun's slowly gonna goes beyond behind the horizon? What do you call that? Sunset? No, not that. I mean, why does it do that? And that's when time affected everything. Oh man, voice. Damn you, time loose. we had it all, and you couldn't keep your fucking mouth shut. Yeah, for real. He's just pretty gay. It kind of is. Let's just be honest. It's a little like, bruh. I'll do that again. Well, that's not what I clicked, but all right. I decided to randomize a little extra. Well, I'll just do that. Yeah, actually, no, we'll do that. There we go. You know what, honestly, I guess depending on what's going on for Easter, if like the ICE protest shit's still going on, and there's people still out there doing that shit, might swing by and do that for the hell of it. Maybe I'll get like a carton of eggs and maybe just like walk around the facility and just leave them around. Because once they start fermenting and smelling, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna start noticing it. I'm thinking it may. Oh. throw a few of them over the fence, like on the side, just chuck them like trebuchets or something, and then just I would have to yeet at that point. Like I wouldn't be able to stay, so maybe I could keep them around, and then like at the end of it, just like yeet. Like people call Christmas gay, but have you seen the color palette for Easter? It was not made by anyone straight, I can tell you that. Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Seems like everything. Y'all were being patient. No, y'all weren't there for a while because you were for boofing, Vito. Or you're probably still gonna be a nut. No, are yeah, you are. You're still gonna be a nut. Oh my god. Fucking hell, Mike. Get that ball. Get that ball, Vito. Get that ball. Get your toy. Get your toy, Vito. That was the most lazy attempt to go grab it off of Jazzy. What the fuck are you doing? Get your ball. Nice mullet. It's not a mullet. I love how everyone does legit kind of mistake that. That always does it. What do I do if the Russian mafia is after me? I owe them like 50K. Can't pay back. You're just fucked. Do I look like a man that like looks like, you know, I fucking owed the Russian mafia anything? Sorry, man. I don't care. I think, you know, it's kind of cool that mullets are kind of making a comeback a little bit. Question is if people actually can rock it. Because you want to know what, you know, really kind of killed it? It's the fact that, like, especially rednecks and everyone, their mother, you know, back in, like, the 80s and shit, you know, thought they can rock one. It's like, no. And enough people who just can't rock one were doing it, and it made it ugly, and it became a stereotype. But I'm like, no. I've noticed that at least, you know, some of these Gen Zers and shit and younger folks are like, I'm noticing a few of them are starting to rock it now. And I'm like, At least for the most part, outside of like a few of them, for the most part, hey, they actually look good. So I'm like, cool. It's kind of making a comeback. Actually, even one of my buddies had one for a minute, but now he doesn't really use as much anymore. He just has like really short sides, and then it's just kind of like, I don't even know what you would call it. It's like not long, but not mid-length, but you know, kind of in between from short to kind of mid. If I know someone, if someone knows Russian Mafia or anyone else that lends 50K to people that can't pay it back, hook me up. Yeah, I'm sorry, homie. I think you're just kind of fucked. On a scale tonight. How you doing tonight? Scale 7 to orange? What type of fucking scaling system is that, bro? Scale 7 to orange? I'd say, Mango. Pear? Yeah, that's how I feel too. You like chimps? Sure. Chimps are cool. Would you let Will from Stranger Things hit if it meant say? Can you work on the grammar there a little bit? If you would you let Will from Stranger Things hit if it like? I think you're missing a word or two in there, bud. Okay. How you doing today? Pretty good. Had a pretty good day today. Dude, do you have any idea why people keep putting 6-7 in live chats? I don't get it. Originally, apparently, from what I understand, it came from like some rap song. But then it kind of caught on where like other people were making fun of it by saying it, and then it literally just kind of devolved the meaning from there, and it just now it literally is just meaningless now. I really don't get it either, dude. It's like I thought Skibbity Toilet was like fucking peak brain rot, but Jesus Christ, I was not expecting that. You know, I wasn't expecting the 6-7 shit. How is that like somehow like a popular 6 number, like when it comes, you know, like 69, dude? Like, come on, that will always reign supreme. I don't give a fuck what people say. The 6-7 shit is just stupid because I mean, because 6-9, it's kind of self-explanatory, you know. But like with this fucking like, you know, 6-7 shit, there's nothing there. At least when it first was kind of a thing, it was at least niche and kind of like a meme within like, you know, the rap artist that had the song where he's like 6-7, I don't know, whatever the fuck it meant then. Up trains? No, but that'd be kind of cool to do, I will admit. I will say I actually technically yes. Like I've done it, you know, where I've like where there's a train that's like slow, you know, like where I'm sitting there waiting. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I'm like, if I ran across, you know, alongside this and just hop on it and just go across and hop off, I wouldn't have to wait. I've done that a few times. But it's like it's moving slow, so it's I mean, I guess technically just to get on the other side because I just don't want to wait. It's not like it's moving faster or nothing. It's quick enough for me to like run up the side and just grab onto the side. Just all right, hop on the edge real quick and just hop off and go about my biz. Usually about a block down for where I want to be, but whatever. Bro, caused my printer to malfunction. I think that was on you, bro. Did you go to a Diddy party or Epstein party? Neither. Are you talking about like a one or the other and I had to choose with a gun in my head? Because at that point, just fucking shoot me. Well, you know, in a weird fucked way, I feel like a Diddy party would actually weirdly be better. Because you know what? There ain't no PDF bullshit with his ass. There's a lot of weird shit with him. You know, but it ain't that. So I can grant that, I suppose. Well, I mean, I suppose there's allegations, but I mean, arguably, it's like, I mean, in a weird way, if I were to, like, you know, basically were to fuck off enough, like, away, just keep away from him as much as possible, you know, just, like, be on the, like, if he's on, like, one end of the party, I'm on the other end of the party. Like, I'm on the opposite corner, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, so, and I'll just kind of be sitting there and being like, which one's not the spiked drinks? That shit good. And I'll just be like grabbing that the entire time and just be on the edge and just hang out with and just talk and eventually just sneak the fuck out because I was able to talk to like celebs or something. So I guess in a way that's, you know, because as long as I avoid him, I think I'll be okay. But that's the party. There is more than just like avoiding his shit, you know what I mean? Like that was a whole fucking like organization basically. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're fucked if you end up being at one of his parties. So, and I know there are people that have been in Diddy parties that haven't been diddied, you know, whatever. So I feel like I'd rather take my chances if I had no choice, if I had to take one or the other. I don't know why we had to really go into analysis on that, but there you go. So people are trouble when he gets out. Well, I mean, arguably there are some things where there probably is some bullshit. That doesn't mean that, you know, there ain't credibility to a lot of the claims and what happened and shit. So that's why I feel like, you know, I would rather take my chances, I guess, if I had to pick one or the other. So, because like I said, if you're at one of those Epstein parties, you're fucked. I mean, I guess, you know, because I'm 28, I suppose I'd be fine and not have to worry about anything, but I'd be pressured to be like, hey. And I'd be like, no. I'd be fucked either way. And ultimately, at the very minimal, blackmailed. Doesn't matter if I do anything or not, and I sure shit wouldn't. So it's like my virtue of being there would yeah, fuck that. It's POV on the Epstein files. It's insane, and knowing how this fucking administration is covering it up, or at least doing their incompetent damnedest to try to do so, I think it speaks some insane volumes. So, I mean, ultimately, at this rate, I'm like, hey, if they're squirming like a worm, then keep digging. That's Garth. Thanks. I say fuck a lot. So, and don't tell me one of those like prudes who are like, watch that language, Sonny. This is like 1924. Come on now. Not racist. No one said you were. That's a weird thing to just randomly announce out of nowhere, I feel like. Yeah, fuck 1924, bro. Actually, low-key, yeah. Prohibition era and shit. Roaring Tronies, you know, yeah, I get that, but what led to the Great Depression, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, low-key, fuck 1924. You know, yeah, actually, legit. So we shouldn't watch our language? Depends on the context of the situation, does it? Like, if I was hanging out with, like, you know, my niece and my sister, you know, like, I would certainly watch my language. You know, I wouldn't be, like, saying shit, fuck, whatever, you know, in front of my, you know, like, front of my 1-year-old niece. But here, you know, doing it on a stream, it's basically my own little room that I'm in. You're all basically hanging out in my room. You know, it's like, it's not literally my room because I'm hanging out at my friend's place, but either way, it's like we're all basically hanging out in a little circle. So it's just like a little chill sesh thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so at that point, who gives a fuck? I mean, like, you know, another example is like if I was hanging out with my grandma from Texas or something, I would certainly very much so minding my language. She would freak out with me saying, oh, damn. You know, she would freak out over me saying that. So it's just like, hey, you know, just depends on the scenario, don't it? Timeout, Mom. Wait, what? Wait, something happened. Oh, someone got timed. Time me out. Oh, why did they want to be timed out? Okay. What type of flare you have on your hat? Oh, just 2 pins. Anti-Knots pin, and it's actually a local punk man pin from Portland, Los Mal Hablados. They're a ska core, and if anyone likes punk and ska and shit like that, hey, it'd probably be something you'd be down with. And the other one's just says "fuck you, make me." So, small alarm is ridiculous. I don't disagree. There's literally a no tampering sticker over the fucking thing where you can change the battery because the landlord's retarded and doesn't want it would fuck with. It's ridiculous. So, like, I learned this when I was asking my friend to be like, can we just replace it? And he's like, I literally can't. I would get like fined for it. I'm like, what? And he explained it. It was literally in the lease. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's a thing? And I even looked it up. Apparently, especially in like, if you really get a shitty fucking landlord or property manager, they will just straight up like do weird, stupid, bullshit, arbitrary rules because usually, you know, a lot of people don't really know their tenants' rights and shit. So, you know, they will make these arbitrary rules that frankly don't really make much fucking sense like that, you know, and can't really do shit about it. Your own place. I'm dog sitting, you know, some friends, and I do like what? My friend's at his job, and I'm doing my own thing right now and watching his. I'm the unk to these dogs because my dog is the younger brother to them. So I hang out with them. And ultimately, just because I'm talking about, I'm just like hanging out, dog sitting with my friends and talking about this bullshit because I'm hanging out at his place. Like, where's the assumption that I somehow don't have a job or some shit? It's like, It's like, that doesn't exactly mean like, oh, I'm jobless and don't have a house or something. It's like, because for one, I actually do have, property I own. It's, for my family and stuff, but, given circumstances, like every now and then I come over here. Like, don't have a job. So what does a person that looks like they have a job look like? Because for the most part, my general sense of style, how I look, doesn't exactly change that much outside of just what I want or like to wear. Like, if you go back on these streams, you'll know that I've, pretty much for the most part dressed relatively the same. Outside some changes every now and then where I might have like a different jacket I wear all the time or have a different hat on that I always wear. I love this very presumptuous idea about that. Because, like, where does it ultimately come from? It's like, because I'm actually generally asking on that one. Hello from Ireland. Hello. Hello, Ireland. That's because they're cute. Wait, what'd you ask? You eat tried H ink. What? Okay. Pin scarf screams no job. That's okay. Then you're kind of dumb. Dude, I have like a straight punk hat that's way different than this. It has literally pins all over it. Where at my last workplace I worked at, I used to wear all the time. And no one gave a fuck. Like, dude. Like, also, I live in Portland. This is actually a relatively common and normal look around here. That's not exactly an unusual thing out here. In most places, ain't gonna give a fuck. Portland sucks. Have you actually been here to know? Because I've been here all my life. I wouldn't actually know about Portland. And I love it. I love it, love it, love it. When you got people out here that have never been here that love to talk shit because they just don't know anything besides what Fox News says. Look like about to go on a quest. Well, I finished my quest for the day. Now I'm chilling. I completed my quest. Now I'm just hanging out. So. Most disgusting city I've ever visited. Really, huh? When did you visit? You know what? I'm on to quiz you. I'm on to cause I'm on to hit you up with this one. Homeless like you everywhere. Well, I'm not homeless, bud, for one, and for two, well, not really. There's pockets in a lot of spots where there are homeless people, sure, but there's various different spots throughout Portland that are like that. But also, Portland's pretty big, and there's plenty of places that are like that. In fact, so like I'd say legit, there's probably about like 5 to 10% of Portland that is about where you got these pockets of genuine problems of these homeless issues where it you got your stereotypical shit, that's for sure. But at the same time, most of Portland ain't like that. In fact, arguably, like most of the big spots that people usually know about, like, it comes to Burnside, Broadway, like Hawthorne, all these little areas, most of them, are pretty fine. And frankly, like, most homeless people that I do see are usually just minding their business for the most part. And also, any other fucking major city, like when it comes to Chicago or Minneapolis, St. Paul, to LA, like a lot of these places pretty much have the same fucking problems, but it just is highlighted differently depending on how the city, treats these issues. Yeah, it says you're from Chicago, stop lying. Dude, I visited Chicago. Why do you think I bought the hat, dummy? I went to Chicago for a couple of days, to go see System of a Down and Avenged Sevenfold when they were touring for a little bit. And me and my friends also had a couple days to just hang out. When? Prove it. When System of a Down and Avenged Sevenfold played in fucking Chicago. And I went there with my friends. Duh. Lies. You're just an idiot then. Oh my god. Pixar, it didn't happen. Go look at my fucking community posts, my G. They're on my community posts. Go on my channel on my community posts and scroll down far enough and you're gonna see them. You want pics? They're on my channel. they're gonna be there. Check community posts. Yeah, there. See, even liability's telling you. I guarantee you they probably saw a couple posts just to check out the channel. Like, oh, they probably saw that. They probably know what I'm talking about. Since I haven't seen a hard day's work. What qualifies as a hard day's work to you? I don't want to accidentally follow you. Well, you are making me tempted to have subscriber only mode for the chat, so then I can force you to. I was actually kind of half tempted there for a second. Thoughts on my last message? Maybe a hot take, but I feel like cities in general are low-key kind of disgusting, like rules lovers aren't pillars of cleanliness, but more people in one place typically means more trash. That's true as well. That is also another, fact as well. And one thing I do notice too, I will say, when I did visit Chicago, and maybe it's just, because I only was there for a couple days, arguably was a little cleaner. I mean, pretty much I had like the same shit that like Portland does for the most part. It's just that their nightlife was actually like, they still had like some stuff kind of going and popping a little bit. You got some 24-hour spots, here and there. Still buy liquor until like fucking like 3 in the morning or some shit. So that's dope. So, and, and there's also a lot of like cool little hideaway spots like fucking, like Logan's place, Logan Square. And, what was that fucking spot that we all went to? There's like a few little spots. I'm forgetting a couple of them. Because I know there's like one spot, that was near the Chicago River. There's like this cool little park that we went to near the one of the lines. I forgot where though. I run North Philly. 12. Just out here repping like he's a fucking mafia, like gangsters, like this it's my block, let me tell you. Oh. It's foul times cleaner as actual hardworking Americans. Every fucking city does, you dip. In Chicago, yeah, I mean, it's like, honestly, I'm not even gonna disagree. I mean, Chicago is, very hardworking, working class fucking city. I mean, and it's got a lot of cool, rich fucking history. You seem to have a really small head. You're like the only person that thinks that. I have a pretty fucking huge head. Thank you very much. Chicago's most murders. I'm pretty sure statistically they're not. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm even gonna double check that. So based on early 2025 reports and from the year of 2024, the highest rates are NORLA, Memphis, St. Louis, Baltimore, Detroit, and Kansas City. Chicago ain't even on the top 5. It's like, good lord. Spirits just shifting. Oh, shit. Probably not for the reason you think of there, bud. No one said murder rate dummy. Yeah, this other guy did. He's saying, like Chicago has, the highest murders, and I'm like, well, let me go double check, because I guarantee you it don't, and it don't. It was Norla. So, guitar dad background. That is, let's double check that. Yeah, I'm out of your little nesting hole, bubby. It's a Telluride. There we go. All right, Def. No, I'm just refuse to fucking acknowledge this stupid fucking comments to keep mentioning it because there's nothing that could literally be done about it. So it's been mentioned already like 4 or 5 fucking times. Like, I mean, it's like making it a constant fucking topic. It's gonna like change the fact that it's doing its thing. Take it out. Yeah, I didn't have my friend get a fucking fine because it's tampering with it. It's literally on the lease, not the fuck of the damn thing. And even I looked at it and I see where the battery can go in it, and there's straight up a fucking sticker over it that says tampering with it gets you a fine. And I'm just like, motherfucker. So even if you could change it, they made sure that you don't mess with that damn thing. I'm just like, so now it's just up to the property manager to actually fucking do this stupid shit, and they aren't because they're lazy fucks. Like, if it was literally in the ability to just replace the fucking battery and shit, then boom, there you go. It wouldn't be a problem. Because one in my house, like, hey, if that happens, change the battery and boom. Or if you don't have one, you just take it the fuck out for a minute and then you just get another one and then you put that one in. Once you got one. It's... I mean, even I was, because even I wondered, like, because every now and then I'll see content and other shit where, I'll hear it and I'm like, eh. But, after, found out about, how the lease is with my buddy with this place, when it comes to that shit, I was like, what? I looked it up and that's not like an abnormal thing. And it kind of explains why a lot of places have, people that just kind of have to deal with this shit. Would you be beat by a sticker? Well, if you were doing it, I don't give a fuck. You're not like, some legal liability thing because of a contract of a lease and all this other shit. There's a whole fucking different thing there, bucko. And plus, I'm pretty sure I want to let you in my house anyway. I'm pretty sure I'll be telling you to get the fuck off my property. and he's leasing it. For this property, I have my own. Either you weren't in here when I was explaining that earlier and talking about that, or you're just deaf. Less cones, more batteries, buddy. You really just, think that, there's going to be some row you're going to get out of me or something, huh? More on some double A's. Fucking battery fire alarms don't take double A's, dipstick. They either take like 9-volt or fucking like those 12-volt batteries. I see it. Scroll up. See where that was. What, are you from Florida? Nope. I've only stepped foot in Florida once, and sure shit ain't gonna do that ever again. Florida is literally like the backwater fucking, like, I mean, Florida's just got a fucking wild reputation for good reason. Why'd you go to Florida? I was a kid. It's like 2006. I went there to go to fucking Orlando to, Universal Studios and Disney World and all that shit. Coming from Portland. Yeah. Because my city and my state, including, the West Coast broadly, subsidizes states like Florida and other shithole states because we actually are making fucking money out here. I love this, like, whole fucking, like, idea of just shitting on the West Coast and these blue states, for reasons, when they're the ones that fucking, like, supporting your fucking little red state, little backwater asses. See more, bro. Sorry. Rose, at this rate, can you just time people out when they just do this shit at this point? We get it. Cool. All you're doing is just clogging the chat at this point. You just take them out. I said to time him out, but all right, you just went for the kill. Jesus. Well, let that be a warning. God damn, all right. Rose ain't fucking around. Can I help you, Vito? What's up? What's up, Vito Potato? Crazy boy. I was waiting on the order. I did say timeout, but hey, you know what? That's a warning shot for everyone else. You're like the fucking Gestapo, it's just like, who is... Get your ball, Vito. Get your ball. Get your toy. Get your toy. Beater, get your toy. You are insane. I know what it wants. It wants to go kayaking, wink. I can't say the acronym, and I can't even really say like the phrase that I like to use. I have to think of a different one for yeah, PFE, you get more leeway, but you're still on thin ice. Well, yeah. I just give him like a 24-hour one, be like, get a PFP. You know what? No PFP, like, you get like 600 seconds or some shit. If you've got PFP, you get more leeway. Unless I say just fuck out here or some shit. But it's just like I said, I mean, constantly, like, reminding me ain't gonna do shit. So might as well just let it be and have a different topic. Even if it's fucking on me some other shit if you want to. I don't care. I'm entertained. Someone accused you of stolen valor earlier. I saw that. I was going to react to it, but you took it out already before I could. I was like, fuck it. Like, where is this stolen valor, by the way? Like, this isn't a military jacket. I do actually have one, but it's an East German military jacket. It's from like from a country that doesn't exist anymore. Like, because I collect East German memorabilia. So, I mean, like, that sure shit ain't stolen valor. I just collect it. And plus, there's plenty of people that wear, like, combat or military jackets all the fucking time. You know, and obviously it's not fucking stolen valor or some shit. Maybe they're mad you aren't a Nazi. I mean, I don't. Okay. I don't know. If they're mad about that, then, you know, fuck them. At that point, honestly, fuck them. Like, if they're mad that I'm not one, good. I want their anger. For USA for APAC. True. I agree with that shit. Because that is some bunk bullshit. Honestly, I hate this whole fucking weird, like, veneer that not just Trump did something, but, like, oh, you know, the peace deal, it kind of, you know, now it's just kind of back to the same usual bullshit. It's just at a rate where, oh, Vito, you cunt. You're nesting on the phone. Damn it. I love you too, but hold on. I'm just okay. I'm just trying to. There we go. I'm just moving it. Peter, potato. What are you doing? Get your toy. Get your ball. Get your ball. Get your ball. Get him, Jazzy. Jazzy. Get him. Get Jazzy. Get him, Jazzy. Get him, Jazzy. Get him, Jazzy. Yeah. Every time I think about the fact that we have Jewish equivalent Nazis now, my brain has to reboot itself. Well, what's even more fucked is that they kind of enabled them. And also enable, and frankly, are bolsters of anti-Semitism themselves at this rate. Like, you know that whole, like, Bondi Beach shooting happened in Australia? Like, hot take. I generally feel like that is, like, some weird Mossad, like, shit, where it's, like, this attempt to try to look more like a victim complex bullshit, as they always love to do, because they've done this all the fucking time with various different fucking things, you know, as a state apparatus, you know, and it's not exactly unusual, especially considering that Mossad and, you know, the Israeli state is also directly overseeing and now took over the investigation of that fucking shooting too, by the way. Which is, what? The Australian state should. Like, why is Israel meddling in that investigation? Like, why do they have such a weird interest in that? Especially with Mossad being involved now. You know, so, you know, it's like, you know, there's already, like, Jazz, you're nesting on the fucking speaker. Oh my god, these dogs are ridiculous. But it's just like, you know, ultimately, it's not like anti-Semitic or, you know, some weird thing to say that, like, yeah, there's kind of some shit going on when it comes to the Israeli state. And when it comes to their funding and their interests and their influence on these governments, including especially the United States and the UK to a lesser extent, but broadly just Western governments. It's not exactly a coinkydink. I mean, I just hate the fact that fucking Nazis will take that shit and be like, well, it's the Jews. And it's like, no, the fucking ain't. It's like, it ain't Jews. It's the Israeli state and Zionism as an ideology and those that bolster and propagate that fucking shit. And frankly, not everyone that bolsters that shit is a fucking Jew anyway. Most of them actually, especially at least in the United States, are fucking Christians. Like evangelical Christians that believe in like the second coming of Jesus as long as the greater Israeli state and all this other shit, you know, and just get their holy lands. And it's like the Christians, you know, have a different, you know, reasons and excuse, but ultimately it's the same fucking thing. It's endorsed. And Israeli state sure as shit loves that. That's why they're so heavily involved in our fucking politics, because they know that they can use that Christian fucking bullshit to kind of swing in their nonsense. The people in Israel want to treat us to, says Lester, bitch, our tax dollars pay for your shit. Dude, not only that, but they treat Christians as us are out there. There'll be Christians that'll take pilgrimages, to Israel, or even go out there for various Christian fucking missions or whatever. And there will be like extremist, religious, Israeli Jews out there that will literally spit at them and be like, "Fuck you. You're basically an animal to me." And they will even call them that, like call them monkeys and other shit. And it's like, these people like look at you as basically like God's people, for all intents and purposes, and are endorsing your actions, and like you're just helping break that potentially. Like you're adding cracks to the fucking wall, essentially. It's like, come on. I mean, it's like, yo. They're too stupid to understand the difference. Well, yeah. Unfortunately. And you got fucking Nazis like Fuentes and like Candace Owens and others out there that are trying to interweave their bullshit into this, which does kind of make it a hard, unfortunately, topic to talk about without being like potentially accused of being anti-Semitic. Oh, it's just all the truth, huh? It's like, no, what the fuck you talking about? And the thing is, I just don't give a fuck about Jews. And that's not even in a bad way. I just don't, Jews are just people. Whatever. They're people just like anybody else. Same as I look at, most people. And frankly, I think it's fucked that so many of them get lumped into this bullshit. And the thing is, I say most because there are a lot of them that do believe in this shit too. I mean, unfortunately. But hey, despite that, I'm not going to blame an entire fucking people over it. I'm blaming an ideology. I'm blaming that extremist fascist shit. I'm blaming that utterly savage and barbaric ideology that, at least in the Israeli state and a lot of the people there openly worship and will openly, show the world being like, yeah, we can do this. Fuck you. What are you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. Because you're anti-Semitic if you say anything about it. It's ridiculous. I figured that one sentence. So, Discord. Oh, it's doing that shit to you. Just kind of just doing this just to see where it is. Come on, Discord. Where are you? There you are. Because I got this. Haha. I don't have to like pop off. I can just stay here. Do an entire stream of sound cards. Just in case anyone's confused about our stances. Hey, IDF, go swallow some drain cleaner in Minecraft. And keep the name of Jews out of your fucking mouths. Hey, Nazis, go dive in some wood chippers in Minecraft. And based in Minecraft. Wink. Yeah, I feels that. I will say I'm very happy that, MAGA low-key do be straight up in shambles, though. Especially over this Epstein file shit. It's been mentioned a few times with these motherfuckers occasionally, because the last time I was at the ass protest, it got brought up a few times, and most of them were either just straight, like, I don't give a fuck, or were like, it's just fucking hoax. Bullshit. I'm just like, y'all are just like desperate to just like deny it. And it's like, oh my god, it's so fucking beautiful. I love it. They just don't understand that it is, like America is gonna go for like mecha woke, dude. It's gonna be a mecha woke arc. We had a woke era, but now it's gonna be a mecha woke era. It's gonna evolve like a fucking goddamn, Pokemon, dude. You know it. I know it. MAGA knows it. We all know it. Dude, you want to... Oh my god, I just remembered something. Okay, after just hitting this song, I'm pulling something up. Because, dude... Bro. I'm not even going to spoil it, but let's just say it does involve the orange nut dementia fuck himself. Are these weird little chirp fucks still in here, by the way? I doubt they are, but if they are, what do you guys say about your little god king? Because I know that you all probably like him a lot. What do you guys say about it? Dude, Minecraft fucking Nazis, man. I'm just saying it for YouTube's sake. Frankly, if it wasn't for YouTube's sake, what I feel and what I want to say about when it comes to like these Nazi fucks, this administration, ICE, the IDF, and the Israeli state, and the administration of that state, like, dude. Oh, you don't want to know. Well, I'm sure you would, Rose. But I just can't say it here. You know, like, I would go the way of onion nuggets or something, you know? It's like, yeah. As much as I want to be honest. I will say this. I agree with Phoebe, because weirdly enough, she might be streaming right now. But, because she started streaming right when I did, until I realized that my audio shit was fucked. But, the other night, when I happened to catch her, she said, like, you know, we need to just, like, have a side where we could just, like, fucking, we could just hash it out. Like, you know, fist fight. You know, just straight up, you know, hey, throwing a punch here and there and shit. You know what I mean? Like, because ultimately, in the long term, I feel like people would get along a lot better. You know, and this is her claim, and this is her take, and I kind of weirdly agree in a way, where it's like, when it comes to, you know, these, you know, like, when it comes to this, like, the MAGAs and the lefties, like, it's obviously we want to fucking, you know what I mean? So it's just like, at this point, it's like, fuck it. Let's have, like, some, you know, equal, like, mutual combat law, like, across the board, where it's like, hey, we can hash it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we need it. And that's what Phoebe was saying, you know, ultimately. I'm just like, yeah, we kind of do. Because I feel like, you know, given enough time, it might, you know, be a minute, but given enough time, I think even if you got the weird, like, racial or racist, like, stupid, bigot chunk of fucks, at least they'll understand. They might, like, know the place enough to be like, I ain't trying to fight you or whatever. I ain't trying to get bunched with it. You know, it's like, so maybe they might, like, tone down their bullshit and actually, like, you know, think twice and, you know what I mean? Like, same thing also on your side. Maybe, you know, like, might tone down a little bit, you know, some lefties, you know, being a little extra radical. Might be good. Might help bounce things out a little. Not like, you know, battle to the death gladiatorial shit, but, you know, a little rough up here and there. I think that might be actually alright. Just, you know, within reason, of course. You know, we have tampons like Timmy Walls. At least I ain't fucking little girls and shit like Trump. Or like Tim Walz. What, did Tim Walz trigger you back, you know, when he was campaigning until the DNC fucking neutered him? What, were you mad and butthurt? L Trump. Dude, he's literally got like 2 neck pussies at this point, bro. He was developing like one predominant like nussy right here, but now it's like so bad. There's like a second one developing here. It's like, what the fuck is going on with his neck? Where there's like a straight up like labia majora and labia minor, like there's literal vaginal fucking like flabs and shit, bro. It's like, dog. What the fuck? And it took this long for people to notice because that shit was developing back in like fucking 2018, 2019 and shit, dude. Like the podcast of DFAT Friday and shit, you know, was literally one of the first fucking podcasts and people to really notice it. And then it was about a year or two later where maybe every now there was an inkling of someone on Twitter or, you know, someone else might have mentioned it once. And then it was like, now we're at now. And now everyone knows about it for the most part. But they just call it a nussy or like a neck pussy or some other shit. I'm like, no, it's a nunt. It's a nunt. It's not a nussy, it's a nunt. I just hate that it's the nunt of this whole equation is never been considered. And I never caught on. I'm just sad about that. But I am happy that people now know about that fucking disgusting ass neck vagina that is developing on his neck, dude. Like, oh my fucking Christ alive, bro. I think DNC would have won if they went after the nuns. They would have at least had a boost. I don't know if they would have won. Like, let's say they maintained, like, with Kamal and Tim Walz, right? I would say, like, it would help boost them, but I don't know if it would necessarily help them win. It'd get them closer, I guess, but... all these fucking liberals like, Trump said, hey, you want to put some radical left scum? I guess I'm radical left scum then. You support Biden and Kamala before that. Hillary, no, you're not. No shit. I will admit, I am kind of glad that there are some liberals that are unironically getting kind of radical and kind of lefty a little bit. Yeah, you know, like, I will admit that. Later, better later than never. You know, like, there's that at least. I mean, I ain't gonna really dog on that too hard. But I will say, I mean... I wonder how much of that is just because of the moment or if they're actually like kind of changing their politics a little, you know? DNC needs to run an actual leftist. Well, yeah. Yeah. The problem is that they're never going to do that because they're incapable of learning. They're incapable of learning from their mistakes. Unfortunately. Yeah, I wish they did, though. Because they would have learned from the first fucking time if they did. But no. Let's have, like, basically, like, black Hillary Clinton that is a cop that is also pro-ICE and all the such. It's like, and, I mean, I will say, man, like, yeah, technically, I guess she would have been better on, you know, even when it comes to immigration and all sorts of shit. But it's like, it's basically it's just saying you're getting like a blend of a Hillary slash like Obama slash Biden combo trifecta of unholy trinity liberalism. It's like, ugh. I mean, because I will admit, you know, I was one, you know, the people that were like, nah, you know, Trump's just going to basically be, you know, like the first term, you know, people are overreacting. Like, look, yeah, like I'll admit I am wrong on that issue. But at the same time, I do think, you know, there's still somewhat of a overplay, you know, on it still. But yeah, I didn't expect it to be as bad as it is. I will admit that. But I don't think it's as bad as people generally think it is. It's still fucked and it's still bad. And I mean, but it's not like, you know, a quarter of the country is just now going to the fucking camps and there's like literal like Dachau, Birkenau, Auschwitz in our fucking lands or whatever, you know, the round up all the left and whatever. Yeah, it's like that's not happening. You know, there's a lot of like overreaction to an extent. But it's like, and considering how dementia addled this motherfucker is, and frankly, isn't even really running shit. Let's just be honest. Like, Trump is not really running anything outside of just trying to hide the Epstein files as much as possible. Like, for the most part. Everything else with this administration is basically Stephen Miller and Peter Thiel's creation. Like, this administration is basically them. Like, they are the equivalent of Dick Cheney to George W. Bush. Like, where Dick Cheney was practically running that fucking administration. Like, so, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I see that as, you know? So, at this rate, honestly, Trump ain't really the major threat. He's just a fucking figurehead in the face of it. It's Peter Thiel and Stephen Miller and the other motherfuckers around him that are the fucking major real threat. And he's just going along with it because those are the yes men that are around him. So, to me, it's just kind of like, what do you expect? It's not Trump that's ultimately the problem, it's the people around him. And ultimately, that was always the case. And the thing is, fingers crossed, maybe they'll go away, and they'll, and Trump will, like, say that, oh, you're fired, get the fuck out of here. Because he did that in his first term. You know how many people he was fucking firing left and right and hiring new people? Like, there were so many random motherfuckers going in and out of his administration in his first term. And his second term isn't too much different. There's still a lot of major players that are still there, but, I mean, there's even people quitting. It's not even like they're getting fired. They're just like, fuck this, I'm out. And they're just quitting at this point. So, I mean, it's even worse than last time where there's just straight people quitting. So, I mean, it's only kind of a matter of time until, it gets just nothing but yes men in there. But at the same time, it's like, it's so incompetent. It's such a chaotic clusterfuck. How much can they really do? I mean, whatever they're trying to cook up is definitely sinister shit, especially with this fucking shit with Venezuela and Colombia, pretty much like the northern, like nations in Latin America. It's like, there's a lot of kind of shit where I'm like, I swear to God, if we're gonna pull a Vietnam/Iraq War II Electric Boogaloo, like weird duo, it's like fucking nightmare, Jesus Christ, like, bruh, like, bruh. What the fuck? Like, please let a heart attack or a fucking blood clot or something hit Trump. Whatever god, goddesses, deities, whatever like cosmic thing can be, let thy will be done, okay? Can we please? Because Jesus Christ, we need it. We fucking need it. Ay. Because I will admit, I don't think a war in Venezuela and all this other shit would happen under a Vance administration. The same people will be there, but I think it's more competent and, in a weird way. It wants to save face because no one likes him. Let's just be honest. And he wants to at least try to be a president as well by being reelected, or at least, actually elected, as a president instead of Veep. So I think in a weird way, he will try to like potentially back off on a couple things. And I think, the conflict with Venezuela may be one of them. Honestly, he never, as far as I'm aware, has he really like been like adamant, like, yeah, fuck Venezuela, let's go to war and regime change? Because at least out of all of the voices in the administration that I know are advocating that, I don't really hear Vance saying it that much. Maybe he's trying to keep his, lips a little tight right now and maybe just kind of go with the administration at the moment, because he kind of sees the writing on the wall. And maybe he knows that it's not favorable broadly and he can maybe gain points and popularity if he's like, I ain't doing that, but I am still going to crack down on this whole drug shit or whatever the fuck, the fabricated bullshit. I guarantee you that's still going to happen. But I don't think it's going to be more like a CIA-backed bullshit, like coup attempt more so than like we're just fucking invading. Which I guess is better and frankly probably won't really result in anything that much because the CIA has countless times been trying to fucking overthrow that country for a while. Same with Cuba. At least under Castro, so... CIA's got a long track record of fucking around in Latin America, and Venezuela and Cuba are certainly no exceptions. So, I don't know. Certainly one of those things where I'm like, yep. I am pretty sure that, like, if Vance is going to meddle around in there, he's going to just let the CIA kind of do it under their accord. Which is basically business as usual. Which... I mean, that's just speculation, ultimately. I mean, who knows? Maybe he will legit just kind of go along with what the current administration is doing right now. Maybe he will go along with that. I could be wrong, but I feel like Vance is smart enough to know that's probably not going to work. But I don't know. I mean, arguably it'd be better because like whoever runs against him, as long as they're actually like at minimal, like at least a Mamdani, or something like that, then he ain't gonna stand a chance regardless. He's still gonna be a lame duck. I mentioned, I guess, only silver lining of ability politicians. If they suck, they might kick the bucket. Natural causes. Well, yeah, true. That's what I'm saying. I mean, because I really do think that Trump is not going to survive, like, it's by the midterm elections. And frankly, who knows? He might croak before the end of the year. That was my initial take. I don't think that's happening anymore, but I do know, arguably, that considering his health and shit and how it's been rapidly declining, he ain't lasting another year. There ain't no fucking way. And if he is, they're injecting him with some shit. Maybe Alex Jones and that Dream Coach shit, maybe they're on something at that point. Because it's like, maybe don't work like they think it does, but who knows, bro? Maybe they might be onto something and it like helps like prolong the inevitability, but maybe it doesn't like rejuvenate them. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Maybe they're not quite there with it. They've only gotten enough. You know what I mean? Not actually being that serious about that, but I don't know. Like, maybe he's like Ozzy. It's like he's just been like literally like 80% of his blood is just like snorting Sudafed, Adderall, fucking McDonald's grease and fish fillet grease and shit. Like, I mean, like, ugh. Like, I think it's just like his body is adapted so hard to that shit to where at that rate, it's like, his body would actually probably die if he changed that shit. You know what I mean? So maybe, I don't know, bro. It's just one of those motherfuckers, dude. But luckily, I'm pretty sure, like, you know what? I want to actually, like, I want to call, like, a specific month, at least. I want to try and narrow it down to a month. And judging by his health right now, and even various opinions of professional doctors kind of narrow it down, saying he has about 6 to 8 months left, at least about, I don't know, like, June, July, August. I'd say I feel like it's gonna be a little sooner. I'm gonna say, you know what? No, I don't know. No one, you know what? No one because of the White House and government healthcare. Fuck. August. Hey, my birthday's August 16th, and if I'm brave enough, I'm gonna see Croaks on my birthday. But I'm not brave enough to call that take. I'm just gonna say it happens in August. And depending on if it's before or after the 16th, I'm gonna call it either a belated or an early birthday present. I'm calling August. That's actually on the later end of what doctors speculate his life expectancy is, at least from different opinions and shit, at least, about. So I'm saying even maybe September or something, but I'm like, I don't know. So I'm going to say August. I'm going to say sometime in August, he might croak. I will say, man, it could be sooner, though. So I'm going to say at least anytime from now to August. But at least likely August. I think that's the little sweet spot. But likely it's probably going to happen before then. I think it will happen on camera. Oh my fucking god. If he just like has a blood clot or he just like croaks on camera like in the middle of like a fucking town hall or some shit. Oh my god. Dude, that will forever live in fame and to MAGA people, infamy. How many fucking conspiracy theories do you think are going to come off, from that, dude? There are going to be so many conspiracy theories about that. Oh my fucking god. Oh, dude. I want to see, dude, weirdly enough, not because of the morbid of it happening. I want to see the aftermath of what, like, how MAGA is going to, like, because there's going to at least be like 5 different conspiracy theories and factions arguing, and about like what actually happened and everything. Because there might be like a faction or a section of them that just generally believe that it happened because it did, and there's like, oh, and they feel sad or whatever. And they, you got that group of them, albeit probably going to be small, but then you're going to have the rest of them. And they're going to have their own crazy fucking theories, dude. Oh, Israel got him. Oh, the Democrats fucking took him out. Oh, it was someone in his midst. Straight. It's going to happen. That's what I want to see. And I'll admit, I do got the more, like, I actually kind of want to see that. It almost happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, dude. It almost fucking happened. Like, I mean, dude, I know they say lightning don't strike twice at the same place, but I'm just saying, man, it ain't 0%. Hey. All right. I gotta take this real quick, but I'm restarting this Jericho Wade song so y'all could, like, bump this bitch. They're bumping it up. Jesus. Well, hold up. Hey, shush.
What?
It's just a kush. Damn. Boofy little doggos. There we go. Perfect timing. Turn that bit. Hog dogs. Oh, some of them go in the background a little bit. Just an if lightning can strike in the same place multiple times in a row. Well, I know that. Or record divine lightning and 7 strikes over the course of 8-year life. Wow. I don't know if that's like being lucky or unlucky. Because imagine like the lightning scars that person has. Because people that have survived lightning strikes usually will have like lightning scars on their body. You know, like they're like kind of like a tattoo essentially, but for lightning. Weirdly enough, that'd be kind of cool as fuck. Not that I want to be struck by lightning, but the fact that people survive it and get that shit sometimes, I'm just like, yo, I will admit, that'd be kind of cool. Just nature just like electrically tattoos you. Side note, I've been watching Welcome to Derry. The government really out of control. Nah, I haven't seen it yet. I've been trying to kind of egging on to my, buddy and stuff, but just I'm never in a mood for it. I'm just like, man, I gotta do it on my own time, I suppose. Ugh. A little swallow song. One guy survived being struck 7 times. Well, I know, yeah. Hyperion was mentioned that from earlier. I'm sorry, the plot still sounds stupid to me. I don't know. Is this something that I should actually like, check out, or is this something that like, just don't worry about? Shit, I kind of wish that Rip City wasn't working right now because I wanted to ask him a question. Actually, I'm gonna be seeing them tomorrow with Bridge City Sinners, which I almost kind of partly forgot about, and I was like, oh yeah, they're tomorrow. So, want to ask him about the little like Danifest that's going on in Portland. That like actually weirdly enough, not like right up the road, but basically up the road. I'm like, I'm just like. I think the worst part of getting struck by lightning is that weird aching balls feeling you get when something shocks you. Yeah. Which I imagine would be like tenfold. Honestly, like, I know people have died from lightning strikes, but also people survived them. So is it just like, is it the strength of the lightning strike or something? I mean, I wonder how like that works. Just finished Alan Wake 2 LA and the ending had me going, what the fuck? It's not a loop, it's a spiral. Huh? I never played any of the Alan Wake series, so I wouldn't know anything about it. Like when you get shocked, do they feel no ovaries or something? Probably. I'm sure it's like the similar equivalent.
Because your name is no longer your own. Stolen, something more sinister now governs your soul. Maybe you should have been more careful when you were fucking around with the occult. It's fucking real, and now you know. But you got your pockets stuffed oh so full. How many Deutsch marks have you stuffed down your holes is leading you to being cannibals? So you can let those fucking creeps hire your hitmen. You're like a memorial that charges admission. Well, no one ever remembers the names of the victims, but you can pretend that you stand.
Do this real quick too. I don't have like a screencast for games, but there is like a weird option for playables on here right now. For me. Like, if I were to click one of these games, would like it stream that for y'all? Because like, weirdly enough, they have a pool. They have billiards on here, funny enough. Heard Alan Wake, I have not played it. Yeah, I'm the same way. I've heard of Alan Wake, but I just don't know anything about it and never played it. It's based on heavily off Stephen King's work. I feel like it just has, like those who love Alan Wake, basically a writer gets stuck in alt reality where fiction art becomes an life threat. I mean, that sounds like a cool premise, I will admit. Just nothing I've played before. Maybe one of these days I'll give it a shot, try it out. I will admit, probably not going to be a priority list of games I'm going to get, but hey, you know, something to check out. Oh, by the way, Hyperion, you missed it earlier. For like the past hour, there was some trolls in here. Some cool people, but trolls as well. They would not shut the fuck up about like the goddamn chirping. One of them I saw that I honestly forgot to, but I should have just banned immediately, called it an African cricket. I'm just like, oh my fucking god, dude. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. If only you were there for it. Comments don't stop till the strip stops, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't. I mean, I wish it wasn't a problem. Slow hanging fruit for trolls. I know it is. You know what? I don't even care, frankly. I mean, I'm just gonna, like, if it gets to a point where I'm just sick of it, I'm just gonna, like, initiate the timeout rule. And Rose didn't even have to do it. He just sniped one of them, like, with a headshot without fucking sympathy or nothing. Like I said, just start timing him out. And he just immediately just banned a motherfucker. And that shit stopped quick. So, it was like a warning shot for everyone else. Good. Yeah, I mean, for real. It's like, look, I get it. It's going to get mentioned probably once or twice. But, like, at a certain point, I'm like, just shut the fuck up. Like, it's going to happen. And saying it, whatever, ain't going to change nothing. Be a fucking adult and let's keep having a conversation. Trolling some other shit. I even offered that. It's like, I mean, because one of them was going after, like, Portland and shit, and they didn't have really fuck all anyway. So, it's just one of those things. Like, come on. Like, they're cracking his hammer. It's no shit. Oh, just chunk. Are you just a little swaddle chunk? Jesus, what the fuck? I'm assuming that was Vito that did that. Damn. Other messages. I want to thank many women would be on board if a random guy was like, "Excuse me, ma'am, I was wondering if I could administer strong electric shocks to see if you could feel the new vagina. It's for science." Yeah, I don't think they would. Unless they volunteer for it. Some might have a kink for it, like E-stim fetish. Doc at the British City Centers tomorrow, MC. Hey, what's up? Weirdly enough, I was just mentioning like 5 minutes ago, I mean, like, oh, I wonder if Ripsy's coming on. I want to ask a question. Can you send me the deets on the DanaFest for the New Year's like little show that's going on? That's like pretty much like right up the road over at Foster and shit. I want to like make sure I have like the information right and stuff because I know you sent it to me via the stream and shit. I just want to actually like make sure I have it. It was canceled. What? It got canceled, motherfucker. I found a different show. Oh, okay. That's what was going on in the group chat earlier. All right. Well, that's fortunate. Oh. Unfortunate, but I guess it is what it is. I was definitely down for it, to be honest. Oh, by the way, Rip. I don't know why, but oh shit, Tyler's show is free as in beer. Lay low bar 9 p.m. Well, I'll at least, double check on the details for sure. But what was I about to say? I was just about to fucking say something. Totally spaced it. Damn. Who's Dana? It's one of the former singers for Dark Gun and the Vignettes who died of I think of cancer or something. She was really young, and she used to be one of the vignettes for the Dark Gun and the Vignettes, and she was one of the original founders of the band. So after she passed, they do a fundraiser in her honor, because she also was like a major advocate in like helping Black youth in Portland and like the education system and like helping fundraising for like youth who are troubled or might not have like clothes or supplies that they need, shit like that. Like did a lot of advocacy work and shit on top of playing music, and a lot of her music, and the band would use their music in their shows as partial fundraisers for stuff like that. So now the other two founders with the other vignettes now basically, and with the band essentially at this point, do that festival in her honor every New Year's, and they do it in different places, and basically use that as a way to help fundraise for I forgot what specifically, but it's through a fundraiser program that they started, like the Dana Funds, where it's it goes into the same organizations that she was helping and stuff. So it's some cool shit, some true Portland punk shit right there. With the epic lore. Well, I'm not the one that has a lore. That's just what they told me. And actually, they even announced it, and also they have a website for it. Here, I think I could look it up. Yeah, the Dana Thompson. Yeah, here we are. It's unfortunate that, got canceled, but the venue being forced to close its doors. Damn, they couldn't find another venue. That's unfortunate. But here, let's go to the About page. So, yeah, I could just read off her About page. By the way, here, hold on. She's pretty. She's pretty as hell. But yeah, it says Dana Thompson was an artist, activist, and advocate. Her work in music, film, and theater, and public health and enrichment lives. For 9 years, Dana sang in the Portland band Dark End of Vignettes. She was known for her role as Lieutenant Uhura in Trek in the Park, which that's cool. And she contributed her unforgettable presence and voice to various podcasts, films, and recording projects of local musicians. The mission of the Dan Thompson Memorial Fund is to equip Black youth to experiment and develop their artistic confidence. We believe that music is an integral tool to the lives of young people, especially those who are marginalized. As a tribal organization, we seek to actively anti-racist and our work towards relief of poverty, advancement of education, empowerment for women, girls, and transgender folks, and elimination of prejudice and discrimination. So, it's good shit. Screen seen better days. This is, Brian, the old, the guy back in the day, used to kind of hang out and shit. This is his old phone. I just use it as a Wi-Fi phone because it's got some shit on the screen where it's, fucked screen-wise, but even messing around if it's a little weird. But it works enough for being a backup Wi-Fi phone to pull up shit, doing that, it works enough for that, so... I wouldn't use it as a regular phone, but at least for a Wi-Fi backup phone for doing these, it works. Is that an old LG? I think so. No, it's a Motorola. Wish it was an LG. Dude, I wish fucking LG was still making phones. Dude, they made the best fucking phones, bro. Like, dead ass. Deputy Brian or a different one? The one that used to be on the streams, you know, in the background. All that shit. Oh, and oh, by the way, him being a cop was bullshit. I don't know if you heard about that. Like, go figure. I even had a hunch. I'm like, no way. Really? Are you really surprised, though? Dude, even me and Logan were talking about it. It's like, dude, like, he just straight up didn't fucking learn his lessons at all. Especially when it comes to fucking lying. It's like, dude, are you, like, low-key kind of like that dumb? Like, what the fuck, man? You just give up? No. Apparently, all that was bullshit. He wasn't even in that. I could see him being caught now. Seems like the type of guy they would hire. Well, never happened. Frankly, I would say good for him, honestly, if he did. I'd be like, actually, try it and fucking go do it. I'm A12, fuck 12 and shit, but you know what? I feel like he would have some moral of like, hey, I can at least, calm a motherfucker down a little bit unless they push my buttons enough. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, he wouldn't be, I don't know. But regardless, at least, we do actually have a pretty consistent, stable fucking thing going on. I mean, when I first heard of it, because, apparently, because I first initially heard from Logan, and he was just like, it's like, And then, he hit me up, and then I asked about it, and I was like, interesting. And I just kind of back in my mind, like, this bullshit ain't it. And I asked somebody else who happened to, funny enough, like about a couple weeks later, happened to be talking to him about an hour before, about an hour before they called me. And they knew it was bullshit. Because I mentioned that, and they're like, wait, what? No. I'm like, wait a minute. What is he telling you guys? It's like, he's just still doing the problem management bullshit, whatever the fuck he's doing, whatever he was doing, or I guess stolen. I'm like, oh, I knew it. My hunch was right, wasn't it? And it's like, come on, bro. And frankly, it's just like, if you're gonna fucking lie about something, can you at least, like, make it some fucking, like, believable one? And even then, just don't do it. Especially over some shit like that, man. Come on. It's just a weird thing to claim. I fucking know. Like, I don't get it. I think it's one of those things where he just, like, falls into the lie so much that he believes it. That's the only thing I can think of. Where because I know when it comes to some pathological liars, like, they will literally create that, like, scenario in their head to the point where they practically think it happened. Where obviously it didn't, because they're, like, so committed to the fucking lie. I don't know if it's, like, some shit like that, but it's like, dude. I mean, even if you're lying about how far you are into some shit, I mean, at least, before people find out, do the shit and, like, speed run it. And someone's like, oh, really? It's like, yeah, I just finished the academy, and you're still in it. Well, or you haven't even started going into that shit. Well, fucking get your ass in there. Like, don't be telling people you're a cop when you haven't even bothered to even try. It's like, because if let's say that I'm like, yeah, I'm a cop now or some shit. I'm going to be saying that, like, as I'm in the academy about to wrap it up. Be like, yeah, I'm about to pretty much pass and blah, 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 blah. Not that I would ever would, but still. It's like, come on, dude. You would think that even if you were going to lie a little bit to try to be, like, a little extra about it, like, at least make it something that you can actually achieve before people find out it was bullshit. Because they can probably realize, oh, it wasn't in the time frame you told me, but hey, at least, like, you still did it, I guess. So, it's not like a complete lie, I guess, at that point. Just at the time it was, I mean, but still, it's not like, I don't know. It just mind boggles me, bro. I feel like I should be given like weird tips or something about it, but still, it's just like it's ridiculous. And frankly, at the end of the day, it's never worth it. There's no fucking reason to be, fucking lying, especially over bullshit like that. It's like, I mean, it's one thing if you're lying, being like, "Hey, who ate the last cookie?" Not me. And you like cleaned up the evidence, and you know that your friend, like eats the cookies a lot or some shit, and he ate a bunch of them earlier, but knowing that guy's stoner ass, he probably forgot he left the last one or something. They could take the L and whatever and be fine with it. It's like those type of lies. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Little white lies and shit, but like those type of lies is like you're playing some fucking fire, like just straight up. And look, I'll be honest, especially like growing up, my fucking mama being a weird like Christian, like shelter my baby kind of bullshit and everything else. And yeah, it's like, look, I've learned how to lie, and frankly, even then, it only lasts so fucking long. At the end of the day, it's never fucking worth it. Even like I said, if you eventually like get to that point where it's not really a lie anymore, they're gonna eventually be like, "Why'd you lie to me about that from earlier?" Even though it's like, I mean, reasons, but just better to be honest about shit. Because ultimately, the consequences from that, albeit you probably don't want to deal with, but arguably they're just gonna be better. Because lying about it and then having to deal with that shit on top of the other shit is going to be way worse, regardless of what it is. Whether it's some small shit or some big shit, and it's like just don't. Never worth it. Wait, what? Did I miss a few things here? Yeah, I actually missed a couple chats anyway, but I mean, it's just it's a property manager. No, it's like a manager of maintenance. Like he maintains properties and he's like the head of it. Which honestly, even then, I kind of am skeptical of. I think he's just a worker that helps maintain the apartments that he works at, but he's not like a manager or whatever. Maybe he's like a person in charge when the actual manager ain't there, at best. But I mean, I don't think it's like he's a full-on like manager of like people, and all that. You know what I mean? And like, cause I mean, when it comes to like doing like renovations on houses or shit, like I mean, he actually knows what he's doing with shit like that. I will grant him that. Might be kind of a dumbass and an asshole and other shit. He's plenty of fucking problems, but hey, that's something he's actually pretty good at, though. I'll grant him that. So, but I mean, so maybe at this point, because he's been doing it for so long, maybe he is now. But at least, especially at the time when he's bragging about it, he wasn't, arguably. But at this rate, maybe he is, and what the fuck ever. I mean, ultimately, I think him being out where he's at in Aberdeen, Washington, and shit's just better for him. But it's like, dude, like he kind of hella fucked up, like when he wanted to come back down here, hanging out, a little bit, just to be like, how's it going? Because he like literally was trying to bum money from Logan. I'm like, dude. You said you had money to come down here, and now you're asking for like $10 for my. It's like, what are you? What? What are you doing? Like, bro. That makes me even question if he still got the job or something, or he just splurged his money before he decided to come down here or something. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, bro. You ain't learning much, haven't you? This is feeling as being qualified to president. Oh God, him being a politician, Jesus Christ. L capitalism. Yep, fuck capitalism. That's true. It's weird that the whole thing is supposed to like, if you're white, you're racist. Like, how are you supposed to win that? Like, are you racist? Pause. Yes. I just say no, but I probably have unintentional, racism that I don't mean to, or probably just, put out because of just the culture and shit around me subconsciously that I don't intend, or whatever the fuck, But I still say no. I just advocate as to why. Just one of those things where at certain point, it's just like, I'm still gonna at least maintain my position. No, I gotta pine pills. Say, yeah, although because that's where I kind of missed a little bit with some of that context, but yeah. I mean, I'm the same way too. Even with people on the left, like, because honestly, like a lot of the whinier people of the left, broadly at this point, are just like a minority and practically just terminally online at this point. So, fuck them. I don't care. They can go fuck off. They can go be whiny in their weird little, like, online Discord little groups or Facebook groups and shit. Fuck them. I don't care. Like, they're not a part of the broader discourse. Like, especially considering that, like, so much of the left and progressive movement, especially lately, has been gaining a lot of momentum. Like, socialism is more popular than ever as an ideology. Like, I mean, we're at a point where, it's like, at this rate, things are actually kind of looking all right. At least on that front. So fuck these whiny little bitches. I want to like bitch and complain all the time still. It's like, what are you doing? Quit fucking nitpicking. Quit trying to be like a weird ass like gatekeeper and shit. Left's short. Hate who you want. Fuck it. No. Unless someone particularly has a reason for me to, like, hate them, no. What's that show you were wanting to go to? Bridge City Sinners, which I'm already going because you gifted me that ticket pretty much. So, nah, fuck that, I'm tired of white guilt nonsense. Well, it's not even really that much of a fucking thing at this point. It had this little phase and it kind of fell off. I mean, I will say, like, a lot of these MAGA right-wing redneck talk motherfuckers, they unironically should feel some white guilt. I'm not even joking. They actually should. If there is going to be any white guilt complex shit, they're the ones who should be feeling that shit. They have an actual reason to have that white guilt. Like, unironically. So, but for the most part, anyone else around here, like you, me, Rib, probably the casual lefty that pops in here, I don't think we should be feeling that. If he's black. But, like, there are people that, arguably, they probably should. They need to make up for the slack. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if we're not going to do it, because, frankly, I don't think we should. I think, we can express, like, solidarity and empathy and, cultural / like, social, economical, like, reparational shit, whatever the fuck, the marginalized groups without having to, like, white guilt ourselves into shit. But, it's like, the motherfuckers out. Didn't any of those sins. Hey, don't matter about the past sins. Matters about the ones they're doing now, too. That's what I'm kind of saying, $100 per back shot. How much you taking? Back shot? Can you elaborate? I kind of get what you mean. I'm assuming a nut back shot, like what? Like I'm taking one. Yeah, I'm getting my booty blasted. I'm bisexual, so look, I'm okay with this. So can we elaborate? Like, what's the scenario and the context and situation going on here with this? Like, I need a broader picture painted here for me to really truly answer this question. Just saying. $100 per back shot. How much it's taking? I mean, well, I just need some elaboration. I need, like, we need some details here. I buy a white coat, but these inbred fucks out. Wake my bike driver row. Need to go. Well, hence why they should be feeling that white guilt bullshit. Like, I don't really completely buy into it either, but if it's gonna be like, like a thing, let them feel it. Not every white person got to feel it. I feel like there's a good chunk of us, at least in America, that ought to be feeling it. You know what? Also, the entire island of England. That just them. Just the whole UK. Them too. And the French. Those two colonial bastards. Oh, and the Belgians, Dutch. Germans are, I don't need to say them anymore. They've been for their shit. I think they got the clue, you know what I mean? But in fact, too much. To the point where they're just sucking, the Israeli state's dick. So it's like, I thought y'all said never again. What's going on? Never again, but ditches are exception. We're not touching that. They're okay. It's like, come on. English feel guilty for that, but also just the fact that they're England. Oh, yeah. Try to take over the world twice. Well, the first time around wasn't even really their fault, I'll admit. But took advantage. I keep an eye on them. I mean, I would now because the rise of the far right has been growing in Germany. So, yeah, I would. But at the same time, I'd be keeping a fucking goddamn, eye on most of these European countries. In fact, a lot of countries, because the far right fascism and nationalism has been on the rise all over the place. What would you rate Costco pizza on a scale of 1 to 10? 9. Because Costco is clutch as fuck. Well, you know what? I'll say 8.5. Because if it's not, like, immediately fresh out of the oven, it gets a little greasy and it's a little... But it still slaps. But if it's... So I would say 8.5 to 8 if it's... Depending on how long it's been out. But if it's, like, fresh out of that oven, like, kind of, slice that you're getting, easy 9. But I will admit I've had better pizzas. You should have asked about the fucking Costco hot dog, bro, because I would have just said 10 without even questioning it. And frankly, I don't think I need to explain it. We all know about the Costco hot dog. Like, I don't think it needs to be explained. Perfect hangover food. Facts. Have you seen the protests in Hungary, Serbia? If only we had that energy here. Dude, you see the fucking farmers in Belgium and the protests in Belgium recently? They've been kind of popping off. Now, I kind of question if they're doing it for the right reason. But hey, they're popping off. And yeah, you know what? That reminds me. You know that No King's Day shit? Remember, like, kind of my... Well, I know a lot of people here are new, but, which, by the way, hey, subscribe, like, just saying. We do a lot of fun stuff here. But anyway, at least for those that know, like, when it came to that, No King's Day protesting shit that I did, and I came back and we're talking about it a little bit. Remember one thing I was talking about? Is that energy really needs to be kind of persistent and consistent, and there needs to be, like, more of these things. It doesn't necessarily have to be every day, but, like, every week or something. And guess what's been going on? Practically fuck all. It's like, we haven't really been doing shit now. It's like, what the fuck? Like, we just like to, like, burst out for a day, maybe 2 at max. We let it boil up enough to the point where we have, like, 2020, when it came to the BLM protest, where shit popped off for a fat minute. And then we're just back to like, we might pop off occasionally, and you got like a little huddle of people for a protest, or like a small little march of at maximum 100 people in between all that shit, and then we just bubble up a little bit, and pressure value gets up to the point where we have like no King's Day protests and shit like that, but then, at best, well, arguably for me, at best, or maybe at worst, depending on how you look at it, you get like some BMM style shit where you got like the riot, tear gas shit going out and pepper balls and shit, it's like, I mean, where's that fucking energy like we had at BLM? And even then, that shit should have been popping off longer. I would say our fucking city in Portland was popping the fuck off way longer than most. So I will say I'm very proud of our fucking city for lasting way longer than most when it came to those fucking protests. Like, dead ass. Portland was one of the last ones to kind of fizzle out when it came to those massive protests that were going on throughout the country. And every fucking time when it came to that shit, outside of like a once in a blue moon rare thing, the only ones who were starting riots were the fucking cops, or it was fucking DHS at the time. And it was either, it was mostly Trump then, but for a short tiny period, at the new year, Biden, once he was actually officially inaugurating stuff, had to play and basically allowed the policy to maintain. But after that, it kind of fizzled out because most of the liberals who got radicalized for that shit, went back to brunch because, we got Biden back, so, and all the radical lefty and others, and shit were still sticking it out, but then they fizzled out. And then, at least in Portland, that's when it came to a close. But, now we popped off again a little bit now because of what's happening, but, I don't know. We even then are kind of fucked off of it now. It's like, what the fuck? Even at ICE, like, the last few times, it's not really, like, that explosive, and ICE especially, like, isn't even really, like, doing much. Last time I was there, like, I've only saw, like, 1 or 2 ICE agents, and they were just, like, hiding off on the rooftop, just sequestered on their own little corner. None of them, I think there was like a few that like popped off to the side near the gate when one of them left for their shift or some shit, but they never came out. So remember that Pathetic betrayed Trump to yeah, I remember that. Honestly, one of those a little weird. I'm not even really against like pomp and circumstance parades and shit. I got a weird soft spot for it, I will admit. But like, we're doing it on the virtue of like this orange fuck. We're not doing it as like, let's have like a parade of like, a diverse, cultures of America, include some of the military involved with it, and then like have like, different like indigenous groups, come together and like have a little mix, like, like indigenous nations, like First Nations, like parade part of it, like there's, I think you can have something like that done right, where it doesn't have to be about like, oh, it's me, yes, I like what Kim Jong-un and the Russians and what Putin does with the parades, with the military parade. It's like, fuck that shit. If we're gonna have like some cool like parades and shit, like, let's do it right, I mean, like, I do kind of have a little bit of a soft spot for stuff like that, I'll admit. I just don't like it for shit like that. And look, I'll be honest, like, I am kind of weirdly a little bit of a sucker for, like, like, dress parade, like, military, like, marches and stuff. I'll admit, because of my marching band and historical, like, autistic fucking weird interest in military shit. So I mean, I got a weird soft spot for it, but like, don't make it about like the regime or you. Make it about like you do some cool historical shit, you know, like do some cool stuff. Don't make it like, you know, just like I just wanted to just stroke my dick. Yes. And even then, make, you know, it not a military parade, make it just a parade. You know, just like some, you know, where there's all sorts of other cool festive and other shit involved. And even then, if you want to have like some military parade stuff, make it for like, you know, like for like a Veterans Day parade or something. You know what I mean? Like have a military parade where you have like, you know, some vets that are involved with it, like, you know, and other shit. You know, like, you know, it's not like you can't necessarily like have one that is in tandem to a holiday or something that actually would work with it. You know, like I said, if you're gonna do it right. The reason why he did because he just wanted to be about him. If you did it on like Veterans Day and made it about like, well, we're celebrating veterans, you know, whatever, at least it's excusable. Even though we all kind of know what the wink, wink, nudge, nudge intent would be. But hey, you know what? At least I can excuse it and be like, at least he put the pomp of circumstance for vets and shit, even though I don't give a fuck. I mean, because at least if we're doing a military parade, at least it makes sense. If I was in charge of a military parade, I'd hold mock battle ending in pyrotechnics. Nah, I don't think we need to go that extra about it. Fireman rising from the fuck floor. Yeah, we'll just get the band Iron Maiden, dude. Get them involved in it, and they're like singing "These Colors Don't Wrong." These colors don't run anymore. Just okay. You know what? Fuck you, Hyperion. You're kind of winning me over on this. You're kind of winning me on this idea. I was thinking more Passchendaele. America wasn't involved in that battle, though. It wouldn't make sense for us. I mean, we were involved in World War I, but not in Battle of Passchendaele. That's more of like for England and France and Belgium and Canada and shit. Not for America. We weren't involved in that yet. I mean, hey, we honestly... Oh, fuck. Sabaton would work because they actually have some, like, dude... You know, To Hell and Back by, you know, with Audie Murphy, the Harlem Hellfighters, you know, with their song Hellfighters. They got some songs, you know, and shit that, like, Mock Battle with Sabaton, you know, and Iron Maiden, back and forth. Song, Sabaton plays song, Maiden plays song, and repeat. Hyperion, okay, you won me over. If I ever am like a president or some shit, and for some ungodly reason Iron Maiden's still like a thing, I would totally do it, bro. Because I know Sabaton would still be a thing. But like, bro, I would totally do that. And if not, I would just make fucking Sabaton cover Iron Maiden songs and at least have, or maybe have like some mega power group or something. Like Sabaton and like maybe Glory Hammer, you know, like some big like power metal group to really like, and Herman Lee. Oh, dude. Okay. Vince Sevenfold could probably do it. You know, I think they do have like some pro-veteran like, you know, songs. You know. They got to be an American band, but if we let him pick it, it'll probably be Kiss. Yeah, maybe. Well, fuck. Yeah, well, it's not my fault Europe is good with the metal bands and most of them sing about like war shit and we don't. Because look, we're keeping Five Finger Death Punch out of this, and I know their whole big like troops, America, so honestly, in a weird way, they're kind of the obvious choice, but fuck them. So, fuck. That's gonna be tough, man. fallen off anyway. Well, not that I give a fuck anyway. They never rose up for have them fall off for me to begin with. So there's that. This one says film immigration raids is domestic terrorism and leaked up some memo directs federal prosecutors to press domestic terrorism charges against individuals to record immigration operations. Ignore, you're gonna love this from Twitter. Oh boy, really? Well, consider me a terrorist then. Was that gonna slap me? You think that shit's gonna hold in court? It ain't gonna hold in court, bro. You know for a fact it ain't. So, and frankly, I would say guilty under the fact that if I'm a domestic terrorist, then under the virtue of the United States Constitution, the Constitution itself is a domestic terrorist manifesto and document. Watch that hold up in court. Because you know for a fucking fact it ain't. Even I don't honestly don't even think, you know, even with the Supreme Court as it is now, is that fucking insane to fucking do that shit. You know what I mean? To be like, nah, no, you're actually a terrorist, full fight. But because at that point, then they're really openly and brazenly fucking wiping their ass with the Constitution when it comes to rule of law. There's still a weird, like, semi-veneer of this shit right now, you know? But it's like, obviously, you know, the Constitution basically has been just, like, burnt into a fucking pit and then, like, shat on with some horrible diuretical shit. But, like, they're at least still trying to hold it up, being like, it's there still. So, it's at this rate for me where I'm like, are they going to be so fucking brazen to where they're just going to torch it all? Because I don't know if they're quite there yet. I will say, yet. But and frankly, arguably, there'd be a civil case, you know, civil suit. It'd be like the people of America versus the fucking Supreme Court and the Trump administration at that point. I mean, it'll probably be like, you know, under a specific name who starts it, but there'll be multiple fucking people involved in it. Because you think, you know, arguably, for example, I'd be the only one. No. So, and the thing is, arguably, it'll probably go through like a local federal judge more so than to the actual fucking Supreme Court anyway. And knowing around here, I think I'd be alright. So if they really want to fucking throw that out there and really try to fucking, you know, do that shit, what are they going to do? Arrest everybody? Where are they going to put us? Oh, stretchy little chunk. Goofy little girl. Oh, chunk. She really loves this kind of music, I think. She's like, I hunt to this. When I'm in hunt mode, I have this in my head. Whoa. Kill. I shall hunt the body. I will slaughter all that I hunt. Honk. Alright. You're being glumped over here. Oh. Oh. She immediately just plopped her fat ass on my arm. Ugh. Big lump. What are you doing? Oh my god. You swaddle ball. You ball of swaddleness. Oh. Well, what a contrast. Hey, Vito. Damn it. Try and switch it up a little bit, you son of a bitch. There we go. Beat the potato. Get up here. Oh, you want up here so bad? Oh my god. Vito. Lord of mercy. What have you done? You're doing everything. Why is there a ball over here? Yeah, take that. I'm having a moment of jazzy, you son of a bitch. Big old lump chunk. I love that she has no idea what's happening. I know. She's like, well, this is my life now. I'm just kind of chilling. All right. Oh. If my mind's slipping into sleep mode, no. You're supposed to stay awake at all times, sir. You swaddle ball. You ball of galump and swaddleness. No. You big chunk. I like how she has just such a tiny little head. And when she yawns every now and then, she does this cute little like. You know, I will say it's. There's not really. Wait. There is. Well, fuck. Actually, the way this is set up, my little angle thing is actually kind of like at that shit. Is there a way for me to maybe kind of... Oh, well, I got to de-swaddle the jazzy for me to deal with that, but let's see if I can actually kind of adjust that a little bit. Because I know it's a little screw-on. Hello, are you homeless? No. What is what this... What? Do you know what a homeless person looks like, bro? I fucking yai, man. What is with these motherfuckers lately? I'm just gonna do a slight adjust here. Whoop. God bless you. Well, Satan bless you back, sir. Oh, what? Oh, whoa. I can actually... Ooh. Some adjusting. There we go. There we go. Oh, much better. Nice. Nice. So now... Whoop. We can do that if we want. Boop. You want to see a crazy one? Beat. Vito. Don't bring that up here. Vito, kill him. Beat potato. Beat potato. Get up here. Watch your tail. Up. Get all the way up here, you fuck. Nope. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ, where are we? Ah. Ah. No. Oh, crazy boy. This is just how he is, by the way. Do you believe in Jesus? What, as being a Christian? No, I'm an atheist. And arguably, I don't know if he was even like one person. I would believe that he's probably a collection of different people combined into one broader person and character, but switch it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Nice. What did I say? Dork? Just son of God. How so? Outside of obviously, you know, the typical Christian stuff, because he's born of a virgin mother. So how's that, you know, woman who's a virgin get pregnant? How come she's literally the one and only human being to ever exist to have a virgin birth? It's not, you know, it's unless it's like some asexual reproduction shit going down, which is biologically possible of different species that it, you know, exists, you know, when it comes to life, but not for humans. So we're not capable of that. So how's that work? Immaculate conception, bitches. I guess so. Thing is, that's just, you know, like the whole Son of God stuff and shit, right? Like, we're not even necessarily talking about his word and stuff, which arguably, I think most Christians don't even really understand his teachings, you know, anyway. Because I do. It's clearly written in the Bible, my brother. And the Bible has many contradictions. I grew up Christian. My mom was very adamant about me going to church and stuff. Partly that's kind of why I'm an atheist, to be honest, because I was forced to read that book all the time. And I have my own paraphrased Bible that my mom gave me, and I still have it to this day. I don't have it here or with me right now, but the paraphrased Bible is one where, you know, the words of Jesus Christ are in red, you know, when it comes to this text versus, you know, the rest of the Bible, which most Christians should be paying attention to that type of shit versus the rest of the Bible, especially the Old Testament. And the fact that they even leave the Old Testament there is kind of interesting in the first place, because it's like, if the whole idea is that, you know, that those laws of Old Testament biblical, you know, law don't apply anymore, then why does it matter? Don't include it. Have you ever had a dream where you would, you could, you wish you would, you could, you wish you would, you could do anything? Yes. Yes, I do. Love that kid, Elliot. I know, dude. That kid's awesome. He spit facts. Dude, my boy do be spitting facts. Make him goddamn president. Have a nice day. Oh, what? You don't want to stick around? It's not often, you know, I get Bible thumpers in here, man. What's up? Like, every time they do, they pop in and then they dip. Stick around for a spell. Come on now. I mean, I guess I ain't forcing you, but I'm saying. Because I'm always arguing, you know, Bible thumpers in like chats of other live streams, like Phoebe, you know, or like Tom Powell Jr. or some shit. I'm always, you know, like fucking, you know, like I'm arguing with them in the chat. I'm not doing that on this level. Because whenever y'all do, y'all just pop in and then dip. You never come back and refute anything. It's like, what the hell? It's like, come on now. Stick around, you know, argue with an atheist or something. I don't know. Breakfast is ready. Well, at least got an excuse. Oh, what? You can't have breakfast and, you know, chat it up or something? I mean, I'm just messing now at this point, but I mean, at least that's an excuse. So. But I will admit that does happen, though. I'm just saying. Ain't the only time it happens. You know. I'm just like, bleh. Search YouTube for. Is that a URL? That reminds me of the story I told you about. So I mentioned why Mirror specifically was chosen. Huh. Interesting. Well, here, if you want to send that to me on Discord, man, I can actually pop it up on here. Suppose we can pause the playlist a little bit. Actually, that reminds me, I was meaning to actually show you guys something via, you know, via that little Wi-Fi phone. Okay, I gotta make sure notifications are like muted or something so it doesn't keep doing that. I'll do it after the song. Oh, Bornax, have you ever seen Blackberry Dr. Pepper? Shit's actually kind of good. Doesn't have a strong Dr. Pepper taste like I thought it would. I thought it'd be a little bit more balanced, but it'd actually be good. That looks nasty, Lamau. Dude. Rip, I promise you, it's actually kind of good, bro. I'm not even joking, dog. It actually is pretty good.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Facts. Bars. Fire. Bars, facts, and fire, dog. That reminds me, hold up. You want to see some wild shit? Before I take a pill. Hold up. Just give it a minute. Just wait a minute.
But everything is perfect. Her undergarments, or as sometimes referred to as panties, are folded, perfect, wrapped. They're like so perfect. I say that's beautiful. You know, it's the part of the world she came from. Everything was perfect, no problem. Fold. I think she steams them, make sure. Just we came home. I wasn't there when the raid took place. A raid of a popular president, a former president. She opened the drawers and it was not that way. They were a mess. It was all over the place.
What the fuck, man?
What the fuck? Bruh. What in 6-7 was that? Trump talking about some lady in her panties and shit, dude. Just rambling in a dementia-addled fucking weird. I'm remembering the days of Epstein on his island. Let me those days. Basically reminiscing. Yeah. Just wow. I'm just gonna bump this motherfucker. This Lord Farquaad rapper ass son of a bitch. He literally is a rapper, but he has Lord Farquaad kind of shit, dude. Just because this is on my playlist, because fuck it. Why? Because that's why. Actually, I'm taking a hit before I, go pay real quick, because no reason for this to be hard as fuck. It's just funny. It's not even really necessarily great. It's just funny. This guy literally, honestly, dead ass takes that Lord Farquaad, like, kind of shit and just owns it. And you know what? I can't even deny it, bro. I really can't even deny it. He makes it work, bro. He's what Lord Farquaad wishes he could be, dude. Oh, shit. I feel like I'm gonna have a sneeze. Oh, yep. Jesus, it's an ambush. Ah, goddamn. Kid's going places. That kid is definitely going places. Since it's still technically horror season, well, not really anymore, but all right. I've been getting a lot of Minecraft ARGs, alternate reality gaming using our source. Anyway, there's more variety where I've been Minecraft. Horror, the spinning world, the game's news, Minecraft. Oh, and murder mysteries. Yes, it is. Well, I guess no matter how you, I suppose horror is like a universal thing, regardless. I mean, there's that. Supposed to write on that one. Seems is very cat-like. At least those particular ones were. They're not always like that. Jazzy, you just glumped and swaddled that phone on the floor. What the hell? So the calendar says January 2nd, 9th for me. It's still holiday horror time. Yeah, fair enough. Well, Jesse, you kind of like jacked a little bit of my spot. Good girl. The guy tells his girlfriend and doctor said he could touch himself when he wants. She says no. He said you can have a stroke at any time. What the fuck? And I feel bad because the creators have managed to work around how shitty YouTube is to revolutionize storytelling when it comes to horror, but they still have yet to get the best of all this bullshit. Dude, for real. YouTube just, and also it seems like they always have like extra bullshit that they kind of want to throw at you, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, good lord. Oh, cool. Actually, I under 0%. I don't have to charge this anymore. Oh, shit. To like, Oh, there we go. Cool. Sweet. I like this little tripod thing. This is gonna be dope to have for protests, or even if I'm just like doing my own thing out and about. If I want to be like, the only thing is, this is kind of a little big. But hey, I grab this motherfucker. Oh shit. Maybe I shouldn't have grabbed that. Maybe I shouldn't have. Nugs, man. Dude, I really hope they get that channel back. I initially thought it was temporary, but I guess like a couple days after their 1 week, suspension, they got outright terminated. So hopefully in a weird way it goes, the way of ideology and it comes back. But who fucking knows, man. That's how you know Brett was super ass-icky about the Man in Tauntlet. Yeah, because that motherfucker's always lurking, bro. He might not be lurking every show and every time, but when his name's mentioned, he's always around. It's just fucking bullshit, ridiculous. Because now, like, they're not even really uploading the shit to YouTube, even on their other channel. They're just putting it on Patreon now at this point, which, I get it, but doesn't really help for me, to be honest, when it comes to, like, being on mobile, I'll admit. Oh, Jesse, you're such a little softball. Little short of ball softness. Ugh. This also shows that, like, when it comes to the matinee, like, he literally does not deserve any level of remorse, compassion, or anything, dude. Comes out of water covered in barnacles and algae. Those scammers are signing my good name situation, damn it, and attacking my family, even though I basically have had them hate me. Now, or I'm just like a leech literally to them, and blah, blah, blah. But fuck, it's like, what the fuck, man? I bet even Trump, before he goes to bed, he's like, at least I'm not Brett Keane, let me tell you. At least I'm not Brett Keane, folks. As he, like, murmurs in his sleep. It's just like that Brett Keane song, bro. At least I'm not Brett Keane. Choosing the key of the song to fit with what's in the background. Cause at least I'm not Brett Keane. At least I'm not Brett Keane. At least I'm not Brett Keane. Fuck shit. I just realized. I didn't see how much memory it has left on this phone. Because I still have like some concert videos from other shows in the past I haven't uploaded yet. And also I need to just like kind of clear out some of my Remember, you're on my phone's gallery. Because I want to at least, make sure I get like a song of at least like each band that might be playing. So I'm like, shit. I wonder if there's a way if I can at least maybe just get them on the on like the Google Photos or like Google Drive or whatever the fuck. Just have it uploaded there. So I don't have to really worry about it. I have to figure it out. Oh, it also reminds me. Why do I feel like I just heard this song not that long ago? Fuck it, whatever. I'll turn it out a little bit. But I do need to at least try to. I need to go back to like that last ICE protest and at least at minimal get it time stamped. Because there's at least 2, maybe 3 people I want to at least like potentially do like a little react with, being like, not just those clips, but also at least past clips and shit, just be like, hey, at least especially with my eyes and my experience, here's what's been on the ground, shit like that, when it comes to ICE, and plus with that being kind of like the broader topic, because I know there's plenty of fucking like, there's even like a whole subreddit called Ice Watch now at this point, like just dedicated to like the shit going on, not just with like in Oregon, but like in Michigan and Texas, like everywhere, like, so I mean, it could definitely be perfect for expanding into the broader topic, especially when it comes to more heated quote unquote areas like Portland, when you got some MAGA motherfuckers that were showing up, when it comes to these protests and shit. I even saw a public freakout. Tommy, the fucking MAGA dipshit is back apparently. Like, he showed up for a little bit, like, and I guess got a little bit of appearance on public freakout. I'm like, oh, I recognize this motherfucker. So I guess he's still out there every now and then. I thought he fucked off for a while, which I guess he did, but now he's back. Yay. One thing that makes it very entertaining is having them shit on him. If I had to just say so by myself, I would have a fucking aneurysm. Nah, weirdly enough, honestly, I would do what Phoebe did, where I would just like kind of get in his head and pretend to be on his side for the most part, and then I would just like squeeze in a little bit of stuff, and once he finds out and realizes, obviously he'll kick and boot me and be like, "You attack my family," But hey, at least for me, I'd take the Phoebe principle on that. If I had to watch his videos without commentary, well, sure. I mean, I will admit, even when we do react to any of his content, I'm specifically finding, DFF/Onion Nuggets, when it comes to, that shit. So, yeah. I mean, there are times, where I will just take the raw dog on it, but I mean, because I did with Phoebe. Like, there was one time where she was doing her little StreamYard stream once, and she convinced me to call in for a little bit, and I said, fuck it, and it happened to be because she was about to get into Brett. So we kind of raw dogged it then. Well, both of us. I mean, she did ultimately, but I did too. So I just had it, a little assistance, with Phoebe on that one. But hey, which actually I've been wanting to ask if she wants to do another dual stream at some point. Not just, to cover like the ICE stuff, but just in general. Just kind of talk shit and say what's up. Because I'll admit, like, we always have fun, like, conversations and, like, interesting little back and forths every time, I happen to be a little guest on her show, or at least on her streams and shit. Well, to be fair, I kind of think that, kind of goes for any of the, my guest appearances and on different shows. Like the last few times of the Bearded Ramblings, which unfortunately Lev ain't doing that particular show anymore. He's still gonna do something at least equivocal from what I understand, but you know, at least he's done with the beer Ramley sound, which is unfortunate, you know, like, as I figured I probably would have heard if he wanted me to be a guest, you know, at some point, you know, if he was still going with it. So that sucks, but he's still active doing his thing, though, at least. So, I mean, I'm sure he would still, like, you know, have at least some sort of a show equivocal to do something like that and everything. But regardless, I mean, it's just like, at least a few times we've done it, it's like, and at least the last time it happened, we ended up talking about like a lot of really cool like shit, like philosophically, uh, sociologically, and like psychologically. Like we end up like talking about like depression and overcoming that stuff when it comes to all sorts of topics, honestly, related to shit like that. You know, it was a really cool little show. Should have checked out his trucking streams. Trucking? Wait, like, is that what he, wait, like, trucking in the sense that he's out, like, out and about, like, trucking around, or, like, because I do see his workout streams every now and then. I've tuned into those sometimes. Because I don't tune into everything he does, but, you know, every now and then when I'm like, oh, he's live, you know, I got nothing better to watch, fuck it. Oh, the simulator? Well, I kind of figured that's what you meant. I just wanted to clarify, but yeah, I don't think I've seen any of those yet. So next time I happen to see him live, you know, and it happens to be that, I'll have to catch him. Let's try Appalachian Mountains Diddy. What? Appalachian Mountains Diddy. Does that even? Is that like? Is that implying that like I'm like a weird redneck Appalachian hillbilly Diddy? Because my guy, I am not Habsburg jawed, inbred, sister fucky enough for that, my dude. I'm in Portland, born and raised, wearing a Chicago hat, you know, got this cool fucking map behind me, like smoking weed, chilling, crossfade as fuck. Like, bro, I'm like the antithesis and the exact opposite of Appalachian Mountain Diddy, my dude. If you're at least going to try to roast me, can you at least be a little accurate with it? I mean, come on now. It's crazy that sharks are older than them, I think. Also, older than the rings of Saturn. Oh yeah, like Greenland sharks. Dude, there's like some Greenland sharks out there that have literally have like lived to see, well, not literally, but you know, like see Columbus like fucking, you know, sail to the New World, saw the atomic bombs go off, fucking World War One and Two, you know, all that shit. It's kind of wild that the Greenlandic sharks can live up to like 500 plus years. At least from what is recorded that we know of, at least they live up to 500 years, but they could probably live older than that. I mean, so it's wild, like how those motherfuckers are pretty much like ancient little like tombs, you know, of just knowledge in a weird way. You know what I mean? Like, because they probably have seen, well, like I said, not literally, but like, you know, being in the environment that they live in, and probably, you know, have, you know, absorbed and have like had a byproduct of their life, you know, be a factor of the world around them of what happened, you know? It's like, especially these days with things like sonar and, you know, nukes, you know, other shit, oil rigs, all sorts of other stuff. I mean, you know, hunting them too. I've eaten Greenlandic shark before. Akado. It's an Icelandic snack that you get at the bar or like at a restaurant sometimes with a shot of Brennivin, which is Icelandic spirit. And what akado is basically just fermented shark. Weirdly enough, it doesn't taste bad, but the texture is so slimy and just like rubbery, and you're supposed to like eat, you know, the akado and, you know, or at least take a couple bites, get down, and then take the shot, and you take that with everything. That's how I did it. And when I was in Iceland, when I did it, it was with me and my sister and her husband on their first year anniversary. Uh, and uh, like her husband, for some reason, he just straight up like, I'll just nickname him B. Like B straight up, because I just don't want to say his name, but like B straight up like took the shot first and then ate the fucking bread event and ate the hot garlic. And I'm just like, me and my sister looked at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Because we were both looking at him like, what? And then we like took the shot and swallowed it up, and we were both like, what are you doing, bro? Like, now you're gonna get that shit. Like, guess what happened? It got that shit stuck in his teeth. We're like, yo, you're gonna get that in your teeth and shit. And he did. And guess what happened? He literally had this weird fermented, like, awful fish breath the entire fucking day, and even leading up to the morning. Because when we went back to the pad that we rented out, in Iceland, he brushed his teeth immediately once we got back. And he did it again. Like, I think at that night he brushed teeth like 3 different times. Still didn't go away. And even in the morning, it wasn't nowhere near as bad, but it was still kind of there. And I think after like just for like 5 something minutes straight, he was in there for a while. Just eventually, it finally kind of went away, and had some mints and other shit, and finally went away. But it's like, Jesus Christ. That's why you eat the hot garlic first, and then you take the shot. You don't do it the other way around. It's like, Jesus. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. And I will admit, the rest of the food that we had, though, fuck banging. We all just ate that shit first because we knew for a fact if we saved it for last or in the middle of our dish, we're just not going to eat the rest of our food. It was just like, eat it now and then go to the rest of our food because there ain't no way. Boston rapper. Is this some deja vu shit? Because I'm pretty sure, like, at the very beginning of the stream, you were saying the same exact shit. And I'm pretty sure I already answered this question for you, bucko. What's up, dude? The price of rice in China, what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ. I love how sometimes people can't stay on topic, but whatever. I guess sometimes. I'm gonna say honestly, would I try hot garlic again? Yeah. And also, as much as I'm weirdly skeeved by it because I just know what they are, I'd probably try Rocky Mountain oysters or something like that. I mean, I would have to like be like, yo, how are they like? How you make them? Because if it's like they like broil them or like cook them or whatever or grill them and it's like straight up like a ball, I don't know, bro. I don't think I can handle that. Like, now I could probably like handle it if they like batter it up, fry it up, get like a good, good fry, get like, good flour, season it, something like that maybe. Maybe if they like cook it up, but it's like cut up. So it's like in slices or diced up or something. Maybe it's like in a dish. Like maybe it's like diced up in pasta or something. I mean, I wouldn't mind it as long as I know it doesn't literally look like a fucking testicle. You know what I mean? Like, probably no worse than cow tongue or pizzle. I've had cow tongue, honestly. I've had a cow tongue and pho before, and honestly, it's not that bad. It's just a weirdly, like, super tendery, but, like, I want to say rubbery, but, like, tendery and chewy as fuck, like, beef, basically. I mean, it's got, like, a weird, unique little, like, taste and texture to it that's different from regular beef, but I mean, it's for pretty much for the most part the same. Am I blocked? No, you're not. What are we up to? And we're just chatting, talking it up. I suppose just sit back and just listen, chat it up with what we're talking about. Next time you go out to Vietnamese restaurant, ask for pistol. It's legit good, nice and chewy. You know, there are some like in like the Turkic countries, like with Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan and shit like that. You know, like apparently horse pizzle is also kind of a delicacy with different dishes out there. They're not the only place, you know, in the world that apparently that's a delicacy, but that's one of them where they literally have it like there. It's like, what? Yeah, I'm just. Some people like, hey, you know, meat's meat, bro. I get it, you know, and I understand the whole idea of like, you know, don't waste anything, right? When it comes to meat and what you can eat, I get it. But bro, that's going too far. I'm just saying, and that's going a little too far. Where am I? On the internet? I mean, or where you happen to be. I don't know. Where are you at? I'm in Oregon. I don't know where you're at, but yeah. Outside of just the internet. Not a guesser. Well, me neither. I mean, considering that it's W. Rodriguez, I'm assuming somewhere in Latin America, maybe Spain, Mexico. Shut the fuck up, in Oregon. No, 12 shit. Well, there you go. PDX, Salem, Eugene, Ben. Unfortunately, Methford. You know, like shit. All right. No, not too often we get Oregonians popping in here, which is weird because you would think that that would be, you know, be more frequent. America's a gay country. 90s gay or like woke queer gay? Because 90s gay, like, I mean, this shit's fuck gay, man. Yeah, I agree. But if we're talking about like America's like this woke gay agenda, like, I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. I wish, and you know what? Maybe that time is coming pretty soon. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Silverton. You know, I actually don't know exactly where that might be. You know, I'm gonna see where that is, just off chance, because I feel like I know where that is, or at least I feel like I should know where that is. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I mean, I don't know exactly the place. I haven't been like super familiar, but okay. It's actually weirdly like well, not like in between Portland and Salem, but it's like slightly northeast of Salem. Actually, it looks like there's a lot of really cool shit out here. And now that I remember, I'm pretty sure I had one time where I went camping out here because there's like this tiny little baby airport. Yeah, let me go to satellite view. Oh yeah, maybe. I think I went camping with my pops and a family friend once out here. Because I remember being like a little airport, like right by where we were camping, in this like big forested area that was near a creek. And this does kind of look like the area because there was a farm next to it, and there is farmland around this. This might be actually the spot where I went camping once. Wasn't like it was kind of like a semi-official campsite area, but it wasn't like a campsite like a national park one or anything. I might have actually have like been out in this area before. Or at least just south of it. I mean, I might be misremembering, but at least, that general area does seem familiar from what I remember. So, there was only one time I went out there, though. And actually, I do have a souvenir, though. In my room at my house, I have, set up on my wall a piece of a part of a plane. It's like a little compartment, like side door for like maybe a Cessna, I would assume. And I just happened to see because I saw this pile of wreckage. I was right next to that little grass, dirt, little airport, basically, and it was just It was just perfectly sitting there right on this top of just random shit. Just old, just rusted stuff, and it just happened to be there. And I was like, I picked it up, and I'm like, this thing's actually relatively clean. And I just yoinked it and just went on my way and just went back to the camp. And my pop's like, "Where'd you get that?" And I was like, "There's like a little pile of just bullshit over there," and just picked it up. So, I mean, and yeah, so I do have like some pretty little fond memories of it because it was about, I don't know, like we were there for like what, maybe like 3 nights, and every day there was at least like, I'd say maybe 3 or 4 different planes, that would fly, and land every so often and shit. And and you can kind of walk into the tarmac area because it's just like a tiny little regional thing, just like not an ATC or nothing. It's like that tiny of a little, it's like a little baby strip. It's like, so I would go over and just with my dad, I have time just talk with these dudes and just like, oh cool, we got some planes, blah, 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 and I asked one of them, being like, because they're about to take off and shit, because one of them landed as one of them were setting it, another guy who on another plane was setting up. And I was like, well, can I do like a little, fly around or something? Blah, blah, blah. Like I asked, and there's like, well, I'm actually refueling it. And, I got like kind of a little bit of an emission. So fortunately I can't, but maybe another time, kiddo. Obviously that wasn't going to happen. But I was like, oh, I was a little sad, but who cares? Honestly, if that was the case, I would have literally ran to my dad and be like, "Yeah, we get a free little fly around and shit." Because, oh man, that would have been fun. Where is... Oh, there it is. Here's the grinder. Are you in Canada? Nope. Slightly distant neighbor. I'm like up the block from Canada. My neighbor Washington is kind of in the way, but somewhat of a distant neighbor. I'm hoping to potentially go to Canada here either this year or next year. Probably next year, but hey, if I can, fingers crossed, I'll do it this year. I need to go up there now that I'm so close. Oh yeah, you could probably easily take like a tiny little regional express flight or something up there and to Vancouver or some shit. Like between Seattle and Vancouver, dude, you can probably get a cheap flight up there. You could probably have like a little baby weekend out there and shit, dude. Have family in Toronto. Nice. I'd like to visit Toronto at some point. Well, honestly, just Canada in general. I will admit, honestly, my dream would be, like, at least when it comes to Canada, if I had the means and ability to, at least visit all the major places in, Canada. Like, I'd start with, like, Vancouver, go to Calgary, Edmonton, just kind of work my way west to east. So. By the way, the map in the background sold me. Hell yeah. I'm just kind of chilling at my friend's place, dog sitting, so. It's actually his map, but it is a really fucking dope ass map. It's like a 2-hour drive. Yeah, Vancouver ain't too far out. Yeah. Oh, there you are, Vita. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that old tail go. Oh, my lord. Be soft, floof. What's the dog's name? Well, that one in particular, that's Vito. And this little chunk right there is Jazzy. Little jazzy chunk. And Vito Floof. They're the older brothers of my doggo, Zukov. So I'm their unk. I'm their little unk. Giving little dog sittings. I'm the cool unk that likes to hang out with him when dad ain't around. And while I decide to do that type of shit, my little boy hangs out with grandpaps. They ever get to see Zooks? Yeah, they have before. Right now, he needs to kind of be a little, washed up, get a little new bath and stuff like that right now. So before, at least Logan feels comfortable with them, hanging out again, just because he just doesn't want to risk, for whatever reason, them getting like some allergy outbreak or, flea issue or something like that, which at least luckily the flea thing isn't a problem. But, at least for everything else, I could kind of get. So I'm just like, yeah. Honestly, a lot of it's just mostly because of like, the broader environment that he's in right now. Unfortunately. Which honestly, I got like, I have no idea what honestly even like kind of like think about, that kind of shit right now, to be honest. Like, cause I'm supposed to go DM you about it more next on like Discord or something, because like there is like some shit where for me it doesn't even really make any fucking goddamn sense. to be honest. Where I'm like, to make the space and the place better, like this isn't helping, kind of thing. I won't get too much detail about it. I've talked about it before off and on stream and stuff, but it's just one of those things where I'm just like, eh. Algorithm doing good. I don't need to bore people with extra personal bullshit, especially when there's context they're not going to know. So, can we see the whole map? I mean, you're only missing the other half of it. Well, Vito wants to be like, hey, what about me? I'm actually the center of attention. I don't think he reads chat. Yeah, I do. I just don't read it like, I'll silently read it every now and then when I look over. I just don't like read it out loud right off the bat. Yes, it does. Well, yeah, and plus, I'm, as far as I could tell, pretty caught up. I'm seeing it seems pretty caught up to me, at least when it comes to chat wise. Unless YouTube's doing that top message first. Oh no, I'm all messages. Automatic chat translation. Oh my god, that's why I'm getting that weird fucking like symbol every now and then with chat every now. What the fuck is this? Get off. Every now and then I'll see like, a chat where I don't think you guys see it, where it has like a weird little like symbol, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's some new weird feature they added. Okay. Texas here. No shit. What part? I got family out in the broader Dallas-Fort Worth area. Oh man, I got like kind of like, at least like for different possible like doors, the at least opportunity wise, I might maybe go over there for a couple months. I don't know. It's not for certain, but it's just something that's been pinballed in my head. I'm in Dallas, actually. Oh, no shit. I mean, my family isn't like in Dallas, but they're like south of Dallas. I got some that live kind of like Mifflonian, and then there are some that live like way out, like in the fucking boonies and shit, practically. Where they're like in between these like population of like 200, kind of like little fucking towns and shit. Mesquite. Well, I passed through Mesquite before. Actually, I think on my way back home, the last time I was there, I think we stopped at a place, in Mesquite, when we were getting some food before we left. Because I had like 4 hours before my flight, and it was like one of those little all night flights, and my layover was in Vegas, so which was actually kind of fun. But like we had like plenty of fucking time anyway, and they would go to sleep early, with my aunts, so the aunt that took me, she was gonna go to bed at like 8, which is when my flight leaves. So obviously she wants like one more little dinner before we depart and stuff. Which, funny enough, she kind of did see my slight drunk side, because I had like one of the burgers that they had, and I had this from Wasahashi Brewing, I think. I forgot. Railroad Brewing. It was like this honey cider, like, and it was like 5.7, I think. Shit was so fucking good. And I was like, oh, yes. I was like, dude, that I had a pretty good buzz going on with that burger and everything. I was feeling a little like, yeah. And I was just kind of weirdly just talking their fucking ear off, and they weren't saying much. I had a weird feeling they kind of noticed. I was like, you drunken little boy. You That was so big. It really is. And one thing the one thing that's really making me skeptical about like the door, if that maybe, if me being over there for a bit, is not just the fact that weed, even medically, is strict as shit. And it's not even recreationally illegal, for one. And for two, roads. Roads on roads, toll roads next to roads. There's roads on top of roads that are also on top of roads that are below roads that are next to roads that are also next to toll roads. It's like because another thing is, I, regardless of what I'm doing out there, especially for that fucking long, I'm gonna need to drive around myself and shit and do my own. I'm gonna want to do my own fucking thing, and that's gonna be a fucking nightmare, bro. Oh my god. Okay, maybe it's a good idea for me to talk myself out of that. Oh, shit. Highway City. Dude, it's a fucking nightmare. Even as a passenger, where we're going to places, I get anxiety. Just looking out the door, being like, what the fuck? I'm just like, bruh. Dude, it's insane. I mean, even if I'm like visiting, for like a week out there next time, because I do want to at least plan like, to go out there for a little bit, to visit them just to say what's up and shit. But I'm gonna have to like take pictures or something and be like, look at these roads. Look at the roads that are on top of roads, next to toll roads that are below roads, and this is like Jesus Christ. I mean, because in between all that shit, it will just be stretch of just road and highway and shit. And then every now and then it'll just be like, just like, some boony ass road going off in the middle of chucklefuck nowhere, where just like a couple tiny towns that have like a population of 200 max, where it hasn't been updated since like 1983 at best. At least they'll let you do A5 in some places. That's true. I'll regret that. Beat a beater. Illegal, but I can't open my pistol damn near anywhere yet. I know. It is kind of wild. I mean, I've even heard, even in places like in Alabama, because one of my other mods, Hyperion, who was in here in the past, earlier in the past, on the stream. I mean, he was from Alabama, and there was one time where he was like at a Burger King where someone walked in with a fucking AR-15 on his back. And honestly, in my mind, I'm dead ass thinking this motherfucker's probably gonna like pretend to order something and just like whip that out and just start blasting. You know what I mean? In my mind. And if I personally had like a CCW or I was carrying, I would immediately be like, I'm keeping my hand like right next to this shit, and I'm eyeballing this motherfucker until like I leave or he leaves. You know what's even more fucked up? There's two cops, like county officers or like county sheriffs. I forgot exactly. The two cops in law enforcement that were in there on like a little break that saw that and just didn't give a shit. You don't think at least one of them would be like, should I ask this guy some questions? I'm gonna go over there real quick. Like, and ask, hey, you got a license, you got like, like, why you got that? Like, just something. Like, what? Pretty fucking wild. That's another thing too. I will really stick out like a sore thumb out there. And plus, where I would be staying at, I'm gonna have fucking nothing unless I'm able to drive around when it comes to going to places like a bar to go play pool or maybe do karaoke and shit. I'm just like, fuck. So I don't know. That's just I guess I think I'm talking myself out of it. I was thinking about it, for a minute there, honestly, but Texas sucks. It does. Literally, the only reason is because I have family there, and I know that would be a good support. All things considered, but yeah, no offense to them, but fuck that. I forget about their business trying to ban guns on the premises. Yeah, they never will because, in fact, they weirdly would encourage it in a weird fucked way. Boo. I guess I have my dad's Christmas Reka if I wanted to. I could mix it with this. I'll just have to drink some of this up. Jazzy looked over like, what? It did sound like a Jazzy sneeze. But, yeah, I'll be good. I want to get a decent little chill for tomorrow for seeing Bridge City Sinners and all that fun shit. Is that Revolution Hall? Which I'm actually kind of surprised with, but can't really be too surprised to be honest. But hey, I've been in that venue once before, seeing Battle Beast, and that was a fucking awesome show, and that venue was actually pretty legit. So I'm thinking it's gonna be pretty dope as fuck. I just read that not only is McAllen the OCB city in the US, but they have a construction worker shortage. Good luck finding new hires. Oh my god. Where's McAllen anyway? Is that in Texas? I thought it was Gadsden. Wasn't I thought didn't Gadsden used what was it, Gadsden, Alabama or some shit, or because I only know Gadsden because of the Big Chief. I'm looking it up. Hold up. Keep playing, bitch. Thank you. Yeah, it's in Alabama. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can probably find the Big Chief on this bitch. Found it already. The Big Chief. Yo. This is it. The Big Chief, bro. Bro, look at that dank. Look at that dank, bro. That's actually legit. Dude, is there reviews from the DFF Big Chief meetup? I'm gonna try to find that. I'm not even gonna lie. We're gonna do newest. It happened a while ago, so I'm gonna have to go back a bit. Dude, they have nothing but 5-star reviews. Endless 5-star reviews. Oh, you had one. Somebody was being a bitch and had 1 star 7 months ago because they're a bitch. But beyond that, constant 5 stars. Oh, another bitch who had a 1 star because they're a pussy. They don't understand the glory that is the Big Chief. Oh my god, dude. There's so many people that have reviews. Because this place is big. I know it was like 2-something years ago. I'm just trying to go that far back. Where the fuck? Dude, this place is just... Okay, I think we might be around the... Let's see. Can I use the images to... Damn it, I can't do that. Okay, well, fuck. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Well, this isn't from that little meetup, but dude, some trucker absolutely approved of that. Dude, look at that fucking burger. Look at that fucking dank. Holy shit. I need to make a pilgrimage to the Big Chief, bro. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. I need a pilgrimage. I don't know why I would ever find myself in Alabama, but I don't even give a fuck. If I'm even within a remote shooting, you know, from the hip distance from this fucking place, I'm doing it, bro. I'm going to the Big fucking Chief. Oh, God. Dude, look at the fucking cool-ass art they have on the side of their building, bro. That's dope. Was Joe Dirt doing that in the Buffalo Bills? What? Oh shit, Joe Dirt. What? You know what? I don't even care. Because you know what? I'm fighting over something that y'all don't even understand. I don't even have to be here to understand it. Y'all just don't know. It's like, bruh. Oh my fucking god. That looks like pure cholesterol, but I don't even give a shit. You can make a better burger? Yeah, probably. I'm known to make some pretty good burgers, but I don't give a fuck. I want to try theirs. I want to try their shit. Oh my god, their desserts. Oh my god, their onion rings look immaculate. The onion rings look fucking immaculate, bro. Oh my lord. Holy shizzle. Oh my god. I know it looks a little rough around the edges, but you know she a good crazy bitch when she rough around the edges. You know what I'm saying? You know that's gonna be a good tasty bitch when you eat that up. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes a little rough around the edges is what you need. Oh my fucking god, that the bacon, a double patty bacon cheeseburger, bro. It's literally called the double chuck burger combo. Bro. That is my that's my meal, bro. That's it, bro. That bro. Oh my god. Fuck me, bro. You can make your own burger. It'll taste better. What, can I not appreciate the creations of another chef and another cook making some epic immaculate dank? What, you don't think Gordon Ramsay goes to a fucking place from time to time and doesn't make his own shit? You know what I mean? Like, come on now. What, I can't go and appreciate that immaculate donk? And in fact, there's a place that I will call the equivalent of the Big Chief here in Portland. And in fact, I'm looking it up right now for you bitches. Fuck you. We're on this now. Sammy's Burgers and Shakes, bitch. 24/7, by the way. Look at that fucking immaculate burger, dude. And those fried... Bro. Homie. Oh, shit. With the tots and just... Bruh. By the way, $10 a pop. Don't matter the burger. If you want a double patty status, only $5 more. That's it. Oh, gee, fucking Christ, some maloli cachopoli. Oh my. This is legit food porn right there. That's a real photo. You know how they fucking like, big, these fast food places like literally will have like ads where their burgers look like this. That Sammy's actually makes their burgers like that. Bro, where do you see a burger like that unless it's like some random bullshit advertisement for like fucking Carl's Jr. or Hardee's or some shit? You know what I'm saying? And you get greasy shit. This is a review that someone took. I'm literally looking at fucking Google review pictures. This is somebody's order. Someone ordered that. Literally somebody ordered that. That's not fake. That's literally what somebody ordered, dude. I get it. That's why I'm comparing it to the fake shit. Because you think it would. I mean, here's one where it isn't as good looking, but bro, I'd still eat the bitch out of that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd eat that. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh shit, and they even do burritos, by the way. Look at that wrap. And that just immaculate fucking strip of bacon that just like is just there. That's a breakfast burrito? Oh my fucking god. Yes, please. Yes, please. Holy shit. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. When you do it right. Oh, here's another one. This is a different order of the same, shit that we saw the other... Dude. You can't fucking just, like, make that up, bro. With those little onion rings on top. That's fucking onion rings, bro. In the sauce. With that... God damn, bro. Sammy's, bro. I'm telling you, man. Just saying. On a specific day, bro. Every day is different. Well, duh. Sometimes you gotta cook on his best of days. But, hey. Seems like quality is pretty consistent. And I'll take that. Because goddamn. Fuck. I am now hungry for that shit. And unfortunately, I don't have access to it at the moment. Though, I do got some dank that I will certainly appreciate a little bit later here in a minute. So say Epstein Island. Well, you did. Take 7,000 bottles of baby oil. What? Not over 9,000? Come on. Don't be a pussy. Come on now. Call Popeyes, get some chicken. Hey, chicken good. I love me some chicken, especially a good, nice chicken sandwich. But hey, sometimes you just need a nice fucking good burger. Who hasn't said Epstein Island would be a better question? True. Especially these days. Well, I think I'll have one more bowl loaded up. Then do one last little round of chat and all that shit, which, hey, for the newcomer stuff, I should probably start doing this a little bit more often if the algorithm keeps, being nice. Like, subscribe, and, and all that fun shit. And even once the stream's over, don't be afraid, make a little comment or something like that, and share it around and all that shit, because, all that stuff helps with the algorithm and all that shit. I'm just saying, helps me, helps you in a way, kind of thing, because if you want, some more entertaining shenanigans with my ass, and, more the merrier, right? Need to start doing the Phoebe method and start doing that like every so often. Beep. The pussy spoiled on Epstein Islands. It's also very underage and very concerning the fact that they're there in the first place, and also kind of concerning that you said it like that, and as well. So that Sauron is now upon you for however you decide to go forth about this now. So very interesting how you decide to mention that and say it like that. And specify that shit too. More than anything, it's just like specifying about that. That's your fucking concern about the whole fucking island and all that bullshit. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Oh. Little chunk jazzy, little dreaming. Oh. Are you jealous, Vito? What are you doing? Oh my god. Vito. Well, Jazzy's up now, but she didn't move. She's just angry, disgruntled. Little chunk. Or a little Jazzy chunk. What the fuck, Vito? What's wrong with you? What the? God damn, homie. Get the fuck up here and just chill. Get up here. Lay down. Watch your tail, bro. You're not Bart from Spaceballs smacked me around. What is wrong with you? Shush. Goofy dog. Okay, everyone, seen didn't do playbills and trail boys get arrested for something similar. Wait, what? Don't tell me my boy Bubbles. Don't tell me my. I'm looking this up. Mike Smith? Yeah, that's his name, Mike Smith. News. 3 weeks ago? Whoa, no. Fuck! Returns to court in late January. A lawyer from the Nova Scotia-born actor appeared in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia Provincial Court on Smith's behalf Wednesday morning, and judge told. Okay, what's the context on this? Smith was charged on October 2nd for an alleged sexual assault from December 2017 involving a female complainant. Court documents do not include details of the alleged assault, but it shows that Smith had been ordered not to communicate or visit with the home, work, or school of the alleged victim. Court has also ordered a public ban on anything that would identify the complainant. On November 10th, Smith's lawyer, Stan McDonald, told reporters this allegation at this point has been proven. It will be tried in court, won't be tried in the media. Well, considering that is so private, then it kind of makes it null. So, I mean, I guess we'll see. Inappropriately touch some woman. Well, I guess it didn't go into the details, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see by January with some more details. If there's actual credibility to it, though, that's gonna fucking suck, bro. I hope it's just, maybe some misunderstanding bullshit, and, it's just an unfortunate case where she's just trying to, like, get a little money and something. Who knows? I doubt that, potentially. But either way, I guess we'll find out. So to get young women after his kids, there's history on it. Well, I don't really know too much about his background outside. I know that he's a musician and his work with SwearNet and Trailer Park Boys and shit. So, man, this is why you don't want to know your heroes sometimes. Unfortunately. Said that woman involved in Hollywood. It was in front of Mike's. It said that there was a loud and heated dispute. So it's like an argument. I mean, because if there was like some argument that happened and end up maybe potentially getting physical or something, but if it's just like hearsay and it's just like basically a literal he said she said kind of thing, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Maybe one of them recorded it, or maybe like there's texts or some other shit that can collaborate that one is more aggressive or complicit or something. I mean, ultimately, this is news to me. I don't know exactly what the fuck is up with it, but if that's some of the context to it, then because ultimately, if it sounds like it's just a really loud and heated dispute, people have that shit. Yeah, it sucks and it's not good, but should it be like like to court? I guess it depends on the context, I suppose, but who knows? At least a lot of details seem to be pretty private so far. Outside of some details, I guess. So, it's shitty, though. It's like, man, why? It's like Platner, or, with the fucking tattoo, or like, Marilyn Manson, like kind of hanging out with Ye and whatever the fuck he's doing now. You know what I mean? It's like all this shit. It's like, bruh. Or like Louis C.K. or something. It's like, man, what the fuck? It's like, or Bill Burr even. Why? He stepped away from the show due to the controversy, I guess. Which, honestly, all things considered, I wouldn't be surprised if they just say that Bubbles is on vacation or just, like, away. And I'm assuming once all is said and done, watch, there's, like, a special or some shit where it's, like, Bubbles, like, little vacation across America or Canada or whatever the fuck. Or, like, Bubbles, incarcerated or something. Watch them make, like, a silly little plot around it. Which, honestly, if they do that, I guess, without necessarily, making it, like, too light of the problem, at least maybe they can at least make it work for the show where it's ostensibly possible that Bubbles comes back and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Still, it's shitty. Well, who won? Trailer Park Boys trying to make a comeback? Yeah, and I love the Trailer Park Boys. And frankly, it's been a minute since I've seen some of their shit. So, hey, what did they do? Like watching her Jailhouse and SwearNet stuff on Twitch. Yeah. And they have their own website with SwearNet too and shit. Podcasts are okay. Yeah, I haven't seen their podcasts. I kind of want to check them out though at some point. I feel like I was too angled down. That feels better. Well, always seemed unhinged on his podcast. Shows a bit of it. Well, maybe I should check out some of the podcasts. Do you know what rugby is? Yeah, it's a sport. I mean, I don't know how it's played because I'm not a sports guy, but I know it's a sport, and I know that rugby is a big thing, especially in Europe. Does feel the same if I Mr. Leahy? Oh yeah, of John Dunsworth. Yeah. Teal Vaughn and Cat Williams' best shifts seen this year. That is political. Okay. Unfortunately, I would say you probably don't have really great taste if Theo Vaughn is one of the things that you say is the best shit you've seen, but alright. He's just kind of like literally just a dude bro that just kind of is like kind of a wave rider a little bit, dude. Like, I don't know. It's not exactly somebody I would take that fucking seriously outside of just being like a drunk stoner bro, being like, yeah. Because isn't he like a part of that Rogan sphere anyway and shit? Why is there so many fucking hairs in his bowl? Yeah. Ooh. Trinity made OnlyFans. Damn. Why can't I be too surprised? Fits with the character. Maybe she's just like playing him with the role. Nice. Serious note though. I love one more Lodobolski. The one that gets smoked. That'll go good. Give myself a little foo-foo. But man, starting to kind of get in the mood to watch some Trail Park Boys now, but I'm just like, shit. Bubbles, I'm not going to be able to look at you the same. Because not only do you love all the pussycats, but now you're apparently doing that a little too much, man. But that weed's trash. Homie, I'm on the west fucking coast. Where the fuck you from, dog? Because I guarantee you, wherever you're from, is like the most swaggiest bunk bullshit than the most lamest bunk fucking shit that is grown on the west coast. The lamest bunk shit on the west coast is probably the most top shelf chronic that you will ever fuck smoke it, from wherever the fuck you're from, dog. So, you want to try again? Well, I can definitely see where you're from. So you can schlobble knobs. Why do I have a feeling that that's some bullshit? Especially if that weird ass like, racist subsumptionary shit that I, happen to notice too. It's like, where's that? Like, I'm just kind of curious how you feel about like, certain people, like, black folks or, immigrants. Or even Jewish people, even. Just curious. What it says also, what, you being a little homophobic there? Slobbing on knobs. Hey, I'm bisexual. I like to do it sometimes, but anyway. You're saying it like it's a bad thing. Because I tell you what, it ain't. But I ain't going to be slobbing on ear knobs. Actually, if anything, I think about it. Pretty sure your pops was slobbering around my knobs, last night. Pretty hardcore. Had too many, drinks, with each other when it came to our early sexual shenanigans, but, he will never admit to it. But just got reminded of that. Just remember it. Just kind of ring the bell in that eye. I'm like, oh, yeah, this motherfucker. Because he told me a lot about you. I'll tell you what. Hey, yo. Hey, hey, if I'm going to wrap it up with a little bow, gotta do it right. They live with grandma. My grandma lives in fucking Texas, dude. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Love it. You're a very fucking J-Rit. Well, you got nothing else to roast about? You have to resort to just like some obvious fucking thing where you can't just be an adult. Which, by the way, you should tell the fucking landlord that. Like, it's literally on at least not to fuck up the damn thing, including replacing battery. It's their job, supposedly, to do it, and they don't want to because they're lazy fucks. So, maybe you should tell that to them. Or else that shit would have been dealt with a long time ago. But, interesting, that's the only thing you have to go off of now, after all that shit. So, but hey, that's okay. John's grandma's town bike in Mississippi. Get written all day long. Tell you what, son. Going ham sandwich. That's a fun little song to rap it with. Yeah, I killed this out and I'll call good. Get myself a little food and all that shit. But hey, I'll be back around for tomorrow. All that fun little shenanigans. Just after a little show. Once that gets all fun and done. Maybe I might do one before I go. We'll see. What lease fuckwad? That's literally on the fucking lease contract, you dumb retarded fuck. But hey, I'm too deaf to hear that, so whatever, not my problem. You can come back because wrapping it up anyway. But hey, you know what? Give it a day, figure it out. But anyway, I'll call it good for now, and all the fun shenanigans. Just had to at least hit it off with one last little kapow. So, toodaloo.